All right, showtime, baby. Jason Zaleski here, Dan Ross, Trevor on production tonight. We've got pizza out there, soda, water, other things, because this is going to be an all-nighter here, folks. We're planned for 11 p.m. We'll see. We'll see how long that goes.
Are you inviting coaches in, like they get done, they can come down here and grab a slice of pizza?
Yeah, Ryan Eigenberger just up the road at Gerke, Stevens Point hosting Marshfield, in a game that has some seeding implications, more for the Spash Panthers, not so much for the Marshfield Tigers. But we're going to talk about seeds. We're going to talk about tie-breaking procedures. We're going to talk about, you're going to hear us say a lot tonight, 2 wins, 3 wins. That's going to be the message of the whole night, as we're going to take you wire to wire here from kickoffs to finish and get you as close as we possibly can on the live broadcast to all 200 plus playoff teams. What do we have here? 224. We're going to get you as close to that as possible, and then Mike Wendlandt will be in the building later on after he's done calling that Stevens Point Marshfield game up the road, and his effort tonight will be to publish and let you see them for free. Let you see all 224 qualifying teams. We hope to get that information done before midnight. So stay up with us, hang out with us, grab yourself some pizza and some soda, a Red Bull. Some people have Red Bull, for a night like this, or whatever you like, a bubbler, other things. Maybe an adult drink. You're at home, you can do what you want in the privacy of your own home. But yeah, you'll do an all-nighter with us, and then again, Mike will get you all 224 playoff qualifying teams by division, so you'll know all 32 in each of the 7 divisions, plus 8-player as well will be known tonight. That group is a little easier to determine and dissect, but still, we'll have all those for you. And then you'll watch the statewide broadcast at 10 a.m. tomorrow, get the brackets, and then Dan and I, along with Katie, are here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So Saturday, 1 o'clock. Mark it down in your calendar right now. So what I do is I go to my phone, I go to my calendar, I type it in, I kind of set an alarm for myself. 1 o'clock, we've got our annual football playoff coaches show tomorrow, Saturday. Again, 1 p.m. Coaches from all over the state are going to be calling us, and they're going to be talking about their playoff seed and what happened last night, what happened on the season, and so forth. And the very last thing in our tie-breaking procedure, coin flip, is an opportunity.
Could you imagine?
Well, I've got the official
Tails.
coin right there, and I don't know what that is. No, that's a tail. All right.
Never fails.
So could come down to a coin flip. Somebody, maybe. There we go.
Just for the dramatics of it, that'd be great. A coin flip at like 1:30 a.m.
I'll flip the coin. I'm ready for it. So, yeah, here we are on the screen. You've got all 8 games we're going to be keeping our eye on. So there you see 2 and 4, 2 and 4, 3 and 3, 3 and 3, up and down the list. But again, we'll get back to that here soon. But that's a pretty cool look right there as you get to watch.
Is that River Falls at Wausau?
Wausau West.
Wausau West.
Right. Yeah.
Conference games.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is a conference. It goes on their conference record. So in that case, just as a teaser, River Falls 2 and 4. They need it bad. To try to get in the mix of qualifying. Wausau West, the win, one that would eliminate River Falls and guarantee themselves a spot in the playoff field. So these are the kind of games we're going to be watching all night. That will all start at 7. Okay, so we got 45 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm going to set the stage a little bit for that. And
okay.
I know you have a list to get to, and it's really good.
This is going to, we got plenty of time.
The thing to remember here, if you have 2 conference wins, you're not going to make it.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Yeah, 2 years probably, not this year.
If you have 3 conference wins, there's a good chance, but not guaranteed.
80% chance at 3.
So when we talk about this team has 2 conference wins, or this team has 3 conference wins, know that if you get to 4, you're good. If you have 2, you're not good.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly it. Because as I look at the association's process for determining the field of 224, it says right here, number of teams qualifying at above 500 are guaranteed in the playoffs. Yeah. It says it right in there.
Yep. Yeah, and we're big college basketball fans. The bracket, the postseason. We talk about the bubble quite a bit, and that bubble is going to be the 3-win teams.
Yep.
And we're probably going to focus a lot of the night on that. Because there's going to be a lot of 3 and 4 conference teams.
That's where most of our games all had 3s
Yeah.
on there, or some 2s.
Yeah.
A 2 that will likely go to a 3. I know you were going to expand on what I'm saying. I'm stealing back from you.
Yeah.
A 2 that will likely go to a 3 tonight that we are going to demonstrate this tie-breaking procedure for you. A team that is likely to go to 3, yet beyond that 20%, their bubble will pop and they will not make the playoffs, are the Eau Claire North Huskies. They will play 0-7 Wisconsin Rapids tonight. Steve Maves on the call, live on Zaleski Sports. Again, the games that we'll talk to you about, if they're on the network, we will tell you. And by all means, you can leave us and go watch the game. The Eau Claire Memorial, through the 8 games, again, Rapids has no wins. Their opponents have only won 26 times. That's a very low number. You think of an 8-game average. So their average opponent has won just 3 times on its own. So that tie-breaking procedure down towards the bottom starts getting into the win-loss record of the teams that you've played. And that's where a team like Eau Claire North, even though they'll have that 3, will miss out because the quality of the teams they played are going to rank inferior compared to the other 3-win teams and the quality of teams that those others have played. Go ahead, Dan. Go.
No, I'm looking at the tiebreaker here, and I thought that your non-conference schedule mattered, but it doesn't look like it matters in this qualifying. It's the conference teams that you've beaten is the first tiebreaker.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, well, the first is, did you beat the conference champion?
Right.
You know, most of these 3-win teams we're talking about have not beat the conference champion.
No.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, it says, should more than 2 teams remain tied for the final berth, which we're going to have a lot of 3-win teams.
Yep.
Teams are ranked in order of combined win-loss percentage, conference games only, of conference opponents they've defeated.
Yep.
So then 3 goes down to, did you beat the conference champ, so on and so forth. So that's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah, 4E will it then divides it or breaks it based upon defeated opponents' overall win-loss percentage.
Yeah.
And that's where a team where Eau Claire North will miss because of the teams that they have beat. So say they beat Wisconsin Rapids tonight, congratulations, but they're 0-9. That counts for 0.
Yeah.
And other teams that will have 3 wins will have better than a 0 on some of those lines. Just to speak it very simply.
Yeah. Pretty interesting
But
stuff.
we're going to take it through. Yeah. We're going to give you the whole thing tonight. Again, that's our case study, Eau Claire North. And we'll have another. The other case study, of course, is Abbotsford, as they are hosting Edgar tonight, live on Zaleski Sports. Tom King on the call. But that's Abbotsford, another case study where, win or lose, it looks like they are destined to be on the road for the first round of the playoffs. And we'll explain how that works during today's show as well.
Nice.
And why that is. Why perhaps a 7-2 football team at worst, maybe an 8-1 football team could be on the road in the first round, and it's happened before.
It's going to happen.
We had a few 7-2s last year that were on the road, and they were, of course, in upheaval about it. But
really upset, and then they end up losing that game. So
a little bit of a mixed bag there, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you talk yourself out of being in the playoffs, I guess, overall, and then too, similar to Ball Don't Lie, but you were a road team because the math knew that you were.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. What else you got before we get into our not football topics? So we got a few to go through.
Yeah, let's go through the list.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Auburndale and Pittsville played volleyball last night. With 5 divisions now in volleyball, much to my disagreement, the Pittsville Panthers in Division 5 are a 1 seed. They traveled 8 miles or so up to Auburndale. Very close. It's within the same county. And
The Wood.
The Wood County.
The Wood County.
The Wood County. And they played against a 3 seed in Division 4, Auburndale. And Auburndale swept them 3-0. So I don't know if that in and of itself describes the difference between 4 and 5, maybe, or was it just one night, maybe?
I think it's...
Or a little of all of it, maybe?
I think it's the conference.
Yeah. Well, that Marywood Conference has always been tough, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the game, I'm not even here to talk about the game, just stating some facts, right? 3-0 sweep Auburndale, 3 seed beat a 1 seed.
There's a lot of 3-0 sweeps in volleyball.
There are.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it. The point here is, after the game, we did our coach and player interviews. It's probably senior night at a lot of places last night for volleyball, last home game home regular season game of the year. And after we were done, the coaches came over and stole the microphone from our Ben Brecht. They just ripped it out of his strong hands somehow, and proceeded to advertise themselves. They've got a YouTube channel, it's a fledgling channel. It's in its basic state right now, in its infancy.
It's starting. Yeah.
It's in its infancy. It is off the ground though. They have. Well, we'll get to that in a second. But
it's like a bug in a cocoon.
Yeah.
It's just like busting out of the cocoon and trying to like spread the wings a little bit.
Yeah, like you've seen those nature shows, right, where they look inside and you can see it kind of moving around and rotating around in there. So it's alive, but it hasn't quite come out yet. Hasn't got through the structure of that it built for itself over the last winter. So they are talking about Georgie Schmutzer in this case, who happens to be standing next to Amy Krings, two of the coaches with the team there, are advertising their popcorn show. Turn that off. Advertising their popcorn show, which is an idea that they ripped off straight from you, Dan. There's no doubt about it. We're happy for them, by the way. This is all a congratulatory speech here. I'm probably not making it sound like that. They have decided that through their tour, through their conference, they're going to buy, and maybe have already because their conference season just ended, they're going to purchase popcorn from every location, and then they're going to create videos where they will critique their taste testing of the popcorn. And the channel is called What's Popping, which is a great rural Wisconsin name for a YouTube channel, I think. And they're going to rate and critique and rank the popcorns throughout the Merriwood. Now, the first advice I'll give them is you cannot list your own. The Auburndale popcorn cannot be on that list.
I agree.
If it is, I will work to destroy your channel.
It's dangerous.
You can't rate your own. So I don't. Maybe
impartiality.
And they probably haven't planned to, but I'm just—it's a warning from me to you. Don't do that, or you'll have hell to pay from Zaleski Sports.
The Auburndale popcorn, not bad though.
It's not bad. Hot dogs are good, better than the popcorn, as we found out many times.
Yeah.
But if you do it correctly, we will help you. We will help you all the way, including what we did this morning was we had shared a post from a mom watching at home, and she thought it was quite hilarious watching it. You can hear her laughing in the background of the video, which is to me the best part, right? We could have just taken our footage and did it, but the coziness of it was somebody's mom watching from above the fireplace in the living room and then laughing uncontrollably about this popcorn advertisement that the two ladies had. So let's see here. It was a little bit difficult to find, is what I'll tell you to begin with. So, and as would be with a fledgling channel. So the channel is at Georgie Schmutzer 21. So you can look up a past roster from Auburndale for a spelling, but that's what the channel is called, and the title of it is What's Popping Podcast. But here's what's funny too. I just noticed this. So the actual YouTube title is What's Popping, but the graphic they made for it is What's Poppin'. So they've got some discrepancies they need to iron out. Iron those out, ladies. You got to be consistent with your theme if you want success, right? If you want to be good, then go with this. If you want to be great, you got to get these things smoothed out as you go forward here. So this morning they had 16 subscribers. We shared the video from the mom. They're up to 33, so we helped them double already. We'll keep helping you out. The other thing is you need content on here. You got to have the popcorn rankings coming out.
Yeah, I want to see the scale. I want to know what you're grading it off of. Is it salt? Do you have salt, butter? Do you have different categories?
Some criteria.
Do you have,
criteria.
Is it from a scale of 1 to 10? Is it
Right.
1 to 5?
Right. Because if you're running a popcorn like they have at Marshfield, it's an automatic 0, just as an example. So I had there's a on our page on Facebook. So follow us at Zaleski Sports. Even some of you are watching on the page now, so you already are. But I personally commented. I didn't use the business content. I said, serious lack of content. Need to pump those numbers up, right? Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah.
Got to pump those numbers up. Georgie said the first video is dropping tonight. So
okay.
We're looking forward to it, and that's what's popping.
What's popping?
Yeah, popping.
Yeah, what's popping? You know what? I like it.
Oh, it's so cozy and homey. It's really nice.
We have talked on this channel about spending this winter sports season going school to school, asking what their best concession is, and ranking it.
Yeah.
Right? And, popcorn is definitely one of them. I mean, we would do more than that. We would say, what's your best?
Yeah.
And we'll compare hot pretzels to hot dogs to popcorn
Sure.
to nachos,
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah, like I said, for me, just right off the top of my head, Auburndale's got the best hot dog. Athens has the best pretzel and cheese.
Oh, it's really good.
Even though we don't go to Athens anymore, that's for a different show. The Stratford concessions are bad news.
Marathon popcorn, decent.
Marathon is decent.
Yeah.
Okay. The one year I went to Mosney a few times, they actually put butter, and the AD brought it to me.
That's pretty good.
Gave you the popcorn.
So
which is a big,
yeah, this
so
is
they don't
it.
have butter anymore. So.
Is if it's free, it goes up a point.
Automatic point adjustment.
Yeah.
Like the level of difficulty, right? Your starting score in gymnastics.
Yeah, if I have to pay $3 for a pretzel that's really hard and not very good, a lot going against it.
At Marshfield, the best one is Nasonville Dairy cheese curds, which are great, but it's not their thing, so that's a strange one.
Yeah, they're a third-party reseller.
Yeah, and I've talked about the popcorn being bad over there, so we'll talk about that later. So off the top of my head, those are things that I've remembered being around the area. Over at Assumption during the Cranberry basketball tournament, they put on some really nice food out there.
Yeah.
They have a bake sale that comes out, so the bake sales are high on my list.
And there's probably a lot that we don't know about, and that's what I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Neilsville also has pretzel with cheese. Hey, I'm a big fan of the pretzel with cheese.
Especially if it's warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I have the headset on, the microphone, you can't really hear me chewing the pretzel with cheese. Popcorn's a disaster when you're on air.
Well, especially when it gets in your throat and you're trying to cough it up or cough it down.
All right, at Georgie Smutzer 21 on YouTube. What's popping? All right. Let's see here. Cloverbelt. Yeah, for shame. I guess I start there. Again, those of you tuning in for our football playoff show, starting at 7. So we got kickoff in a half an hour. We're giving you some other things, giving you some other updates, and we hope you're enjoying it so far. We will get into football only starting at around 7:02.
You're going to get sick of it probably.
I won't, but they might.
I
That's
won't.
true.
I
That's
won't.
true. So a few years back, 5 years ago I think now, the Cloverbelt Conference decided that we were the wealthiest thing going, I think, and put in their bylaws, without any notice to us at all, that they host a crossover series for volleyball, girls basketball, and boys basketball.
Which is a really good idea.
Great idea.
Yeah.
I'm still a big fan of it,
Yeah.
even though this thing happened. And the reason I bring this up is not to bag on the Cloverbelt Conference, even though they might deserve it at times, but because of just the number of messages we got since last night of, geez, guys, we had a nice volleyball game over Regis and Columbus, and we sure wished you would have been able to broadcast it. We wish we would have been able to broadcast it also. So at some point, the Cloverbelt Conference decided that we had money coming out of our ears, and we were just going to give it to everybody. And they decided for the crossover events, they were going to charge us $250 per game, or anybody. The bylaws say anybody. It doesn't say Zaleski Sports, but it's a ridiculous fee, and I still hope to get that worked out soon. But that's why. And the other behind the scenes on that is we are actively raising funds, selling for playoff games, which people really want. And the crossover games is kind of mildly attracting. So that's kind of the behind the scenes on that, where our attention was just focused on the playoffs, and their crossover series happens a couple days before the playoffs start. We wish we could be there. We wish we could not only show the game, but they invite all the award recipients, the first team all-conference, second team, honorable mention, they all come into the gym, wherever city and school they're from, and they all descend on that first place matchup, which again last night was Columbus Catholic and Regis. And we would not only we would show the game, but we'd show all the award recipients, help spread the joy and spread their achievement and shine the positive light that you know us to shine on them. And so we hope the Cloverbelt revises their situation so we can again be involved in that. So that's, again, I'm responding to all the messages that came in since last night on why we weren't there. The fee structure does not allow us to be there, and we hope that the conference can remove that from the bylaws.
Yeah, it's really too bad because it really is about the kids, and having a barrier of entry for us at Zaleski Sports, and we really want to broadcast kids, especially when you are having to pay a per game fee, right? we would love to be able to broadcast kids getting the trophy and their all conference awards and all of that, and it's just it prohibits us, unfortunately.
Well, the thing that really boggles my mind about it, because you put a fee, and in some ways that is an obstruction to having media at your event.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that for a video TV style broadcast, these are the most rural of schools in the state.
Yeah.
Right? They're not getting radio or a newspaper or a leaflet or a trifold brochure. They're not getting any attention from outside of the school and their moms and dads. And maybe that's okay, but this is what we offer. And so to me, that's the biggest letdown is the most rural of schools they don't have any media in their community. And we're offering it, and we'd like to be part of it. So Cloverbelt, please reach out.
Yeah, and parents could be just recording it in the stands for free. Right? It's not going to be great, and you're going to hear probably a biased opinion of some calls and stuff.
Like the mom on the popcorn video last night, laughing in the background the whole time. That's what you get, which was cute enough. Okay, last night, Dan, you were in your pink shirt. I had my pink shirt and pink shoes on where I was. We were in the different spots, but here's where Dan was.
The pink game, yeah.
Yeah. Over at Wausau East this year. You and I were at West last year.
Yep.
East, tell us all about it. The good and the bad.
Yeah, it was a really good crowd. They raised a bunch of money for breast cancer awareness. So a fantastic cause. And a lot of sports, high school sports, are wearing pink socks. We see that in football quite a bit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Amherst had all the pink socks on the football field last week.
Yeah. So a lot of schools, a lot of teams are doing what they can. Wausau volleyball teams work together all year to fundraise for the Comans?
Coman G.
Yeah.
I don't know all the names, Dan.
It's breast cancer awareness.
Susan G. Coman?
Right? Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
And they had buckets of raffles. They made several $1,000s and they donated all of it. They have breast cancer survivors that were recognized. They had one of these big checks, right? That they.
I like the big checks.
Yeah, they gave a $2,000 check to a woman and her 4 kids were all on the floor, and they gave the big check to 2 of the kids, and they were trying to hold it up and they couldn't. Really good cause, and I know because I contributed to it because my niece is in the Wausau West volleyball program.
Yep.
And they were.
Yeah, there's some footage of it right there.
Yeah, there I am.
That's you.
Yeah,
that's
me.
you. Dan,
look, I've been losing weight.
This is why I like you, because even from a video from yesterday, you can still recognize yourself.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah. Wausau West won 3-0. You see, so you see the girls on the side. Both teams were pink, and they have to fundraise to buy these jerseys.
Right.
Right? One group says Warriors, the other one says Lumberjacks, since those are the 2 teams. Mm-hmm. And the girls got to pick their numbers, which is
strange,
interesting. But like, if they always wanted to be number 6, but they're not number 6, maybe they pick 6. It does not help somebody who is trying to call a game when none of the numbers match the rosters. Yeah. So after game 1, I ran down to the table because there's 3 minutes between periods. Yeah. Right? Yep. So I ran down. I'm like, I need help. Right? I want to say the kids' names. I'm having a hard time with it.
Really why we're there.
Yeah, and they said, well, we have some updates, and they showed me the sheet, and it's all crossed out, and there's arrows and stuff, and I was trying to follow it. So after the second game, I ran down and I said, this isn't right. They're like, yeah, we realize that the names aren't right. And I'm like, well, I don't want to call the wrong names. I want to support the kids. I want to have a really good product so that these kids can remember their pink game, their senior year especially. So we did the best that we could. It was a 3-0 Wausau West win.
Yeah, so the set 2 was kind of tight. Came down to the wire.
It was really tight. East kind of gave it away at the end. Yeah. But the crowds were really into it. In the pregame show, each of the volleyball players, when they were announced, they had like 2 like squishy balls. that they threw to the fans. In the third game, the students were throwing it across the gym to each other during timeouts.
Oh, okay. Not during live action.
Not during live action. They got scolded, and they did it anyway, right? Because it's high school kids.
It's the pink game.
It's a pink game.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal. It's a really good cause, and it was good to be part of it. And Zaleski Sports is a sponsor.
Happy to do it, yeah. Tom King, sorry.
Yeah.
Tom reports, and I knew this, I forgot. It's special today. It's still, though, it's worth noting. Abbotsford today has quesadillas and tacos at the concession stand.
See, that's decent.
Yeah, well,
that's good.
Yeah. And other things there. We have got a live look at warm-ups happening in Abbotsford. The quesadillas, tacos, nachos, but it's like specially made special for this event. In the street style, the really good ones, right? The really tasty ones with different, different sauces and other things like that. So we should have been in Abbotsford tonight.
Why is the camera on the other side of the field?
We were asked to broadcast from the old press box.
Okay.
So, which I'll tell you, I prefer anyway.
Okay.
Being in both now.
Yeah.
It was a little tough. Now maybe I'm just too old, but it was a little tough to see out those windows for me. And on this side, there's a lot of reflection windows.
And stuff.
There's no windows at all on this side, so I'd much rather be on this side anyway. So that just kind of
it is week 9 of football. It's beautiful outside.
70 degrees
what in
almost
the
or
world?
something, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened.
Usually by week 9, and next week it looks like it's going to be just as good, just about next Friday for level 1 games.
Yeah, and the temperatures are only going up. The high was 69 today. It's currently 63, which for a late October football game in Wisconsin is crazy talk. And it's going to be 75 by Monday. Summer's back.
Yeah, then Tuesday's in the 40s, I think. But
okay. Thanks, Debbie Downer.
But it's going to warm up for next weekend again.
Yeah, the forecast I'm looking at says 58 for level 1 playoffs, which is still tremendous.
It's incredible.
Still tremendous, right? We've had snow on level 1 before.
Yeah, last year we were on the field for level 2 or level 3, and I almost froze.
Well, it could happen again.
It could happen.
It could happen again, depending on where we go. Okay, what? And then I was at a game. We had senior night over in Marshfield. Marshfield beat Wisconsin Rapids 3-0. On senior night, and none of the games were particularly close, as it turned out. Marshfield Conference champions.
They are a 4 seed.
They're a 4, yeah. So first-year coach Josh Connect has a couple things to learn about arguing for a seed. And you've been in those rooms.
Well, it's
tough.
ridiculous that there's still coaches meetings.
Yeah.
And we kind of talked about it earlier in the week, but this is it's
no one
madness.
can return a serve.
Yeah, there's my game there. But yeah, he came into that seed meeting and he had conference champ under his belt, and he had some other good things going, but walked out of or hung up the phone probably. I don't think
that's the first one in a long time anyone has returned.
I know Eau Claire Memorial, not a conference champ.
Hudson.
Well done
Yeah,
for Alyssa
River
Femmel.
Falls also not. So let's look here. I really haven't.
Thanks to our game day sponsors, Brown's Bar, Woodfield Inn and Suites, and Rem's Funeral
I won't
Home.
complain about it again today, but it does put us in a pinch point when they all come out so late. And we're trying to staff it for Tuesday, and you really don't see the brackets till Thursday, essentially.
Looks like D1 starts Thursday. So the regional finals Saturday. Potential Marshfield Everest matchup.
It's probably what it's going to be. It would take, there's all the seniors there. 8 of them on the Marshfield team this year. Joe Anderson interviewing the, not an attorney, Josh Connect, which sometimes you have to be in that meeting. Got to be an attorney to argue the thing.
It's true. I really like how Marshfield has the dark court. That's a little bit different. It's not the basketball floor.
Mm-hmm.
You really big fan of that. Yeah.
Let's see. Big Rivers.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. The champion in there. So here's the thing, right? You've been to the old-fashioned seed meetings before, and
yes.
I may have been privy to some here and there along the way. Hudson was the conference champ. So River Falls, not a conference champ, seated above Marshfield. Eau Claire Memorial, not a conference champ, seated above Marshfield. Marshfield conference champ, seated 4th. And you know that the teams that are looking for those top seeds, they start with, we were a conference champion. Yes. And everybody else bows down to them then. Yeah. So how did that happen, do you think?
Probably you're right. First year coach, not really knowing what the lion's den that he's walking into. Mm-hmm. A lot of times these teams kind of vote together in voting blocks.
So there you go. Hudson, River Falls, Memorial, all in the same conference. North probably in that group as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of those teams maybe paired up against the Wisconsin Valley team.
Yeah, so all of the big river schools are kind of together here, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I'm Marshfield, if you're not a 2 seed, right, where you're, well, it doesn't even really matter, right? Because Marshfield's going to be able to host a regional final.
And you just have to be top 4 to host your own regional final.
Yeah. So they accomplished that. They're probably not that upset drawing Everest in the 4-5 game.
Team they beat 3-1 twice in the season.
Yeah. So Marshfield has a good chance to win some hardware, right? A regional plaque, and then who knows at sectionals? It's in Wausau, so.
And my information, which is in my head, so it could be wrong, but in duels, so best of 5 is a duel in volleyball. Marshfield has only dropped 2 sets, and those are both to Everest. They swept everybody else in conference and in the duels.
Yeah, a really good season, right? And
great season, yeah.
And what happens in a lot of these coaches' meetings is you talk about how great your conference is, and how the other conference, which is, it looks like everybody's in one of the 2 conferences, the Big Rivers and the Wisconsin Valley. Everybody talks about like, well, the Big Rivers has this kind of record against Wisconsin Valley head to head, so obviously our conference is better, so vote accordingly type thing. So there's a lot of shenanigans, I would say, that goes into it. Yeah. But yeah, Marshfield conference champ 4 seed does seem low.
Let's see here. Mr. Helgren says interested in the Iola Scandinavia Auburndale game.
So am I.
Yeah, well, and good news, Eric. There is a broadcast tonight, right here on Zaleski Sports. Iola at Auburndale. Joe Anderson and Mike Steinwagner teaming up to give you the best play-by-play known to mankind.
Who do you think is going to win that game?
Yeah, Eric. Who do you want? I would say he lists Iola Scandinavia first. So. It's a key indicator.
Could be.
It's a small clue for us.
I think it's a really good game tonight. And I think Abbotsford's going to play Edgar pretty well. Edgar's kind of rolling. I've had my questions about Edgar early in the season offensively, that if they have to, if they get into a high-scoring game, can they keep up with a good team to score with them?
Because they hung on for dear life at Ladysmith in a high-scoring game.
And they struggled against Stratford defense, which didn't look that great against Amherst. And yeah, that's week 8 and week 2. Things happen in there, right? It's also Division 5 and Division 7. So,
Factors.
I'm interested in a lot of these things. I'm not sold on anybody yet, honestly.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Other results last night. I didn't jot any of them down, so I'm just going off memory here. The Cloverbelt game I talked about, volleyball, as we wrap up our volleyball talk here. Regis over Columbus Catholic 3-1 in that one. So that was so you got an Eastern and a Western division in the Cloverbelt for a lot of the sports.
The Western's the bigger conference.
Those are, the bigger cities in the Eau Claire area in the western part of the state. In those crossovers usually prevail in those kind of games.
Fall Creek.
Yep.
Regis.
Yep, Osseo Fairchild is over there.
Yep.
That's a bigger school, and on the list, Stanley Boy's a bigger school than Spencer or Owen Withy or Greenwood, what have you. And so I don't know what they do the crossover. And I get what and they do give a trophy. So I suppose that says that you're the overall Cloverbelt champion. Then that trophy. Not exactly sure how that works out because you're still a conference champion, but now you're a conference champion of 2.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure.
The Marywood used to do it.
Yeah, well, they did have crossovers
South.
last night in the Marywood. Actually,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look up some of those scores here. Now they used to do that Marywood one. To my memory, used to happen earlier in the season, and it was kind of a bigger event. They let that go late now, and it all has to do with all these Saturday deals that are going on. You don't want to see that, Dan.
Well, Lakeland's not in the Marywood.
But no, they're not. But yeah, so it must have been on Tuesday, whatever day the 15th was. Tuesday. Abbotsford at Stratford won 3-0. Yeah, and then they just Stratford threw in a fun one and beat your T-Birds 3-1.
Seabird volleyball not great this year.
Well, they won a game, and as you look at all the zeros on the other side.
Yeah,
of Stratford,
Stratford's rolling.
So the T-Birds getting the one is pretty
I saw Stratford play at Newman earlier on in the year, and Newman took the first one and probably should have won the second one as well. Stratford got momentum and didn't give it back up. Won 3-1.
Let's see here. We Shawano over Amherst. All girls volleyball scores here. Shawano over Amherst 3-0. Isla Scandinavia over Roshold 3-0. Manawa over Stanley Boyd 3-0. St. Mary, the Zephyrs over WIAA Fremont 3-0. Anago over Wittenberg Burnhamwood 3-0. I said there's sweeps everywhere. Something's happened in volleyball across state in the last few years that these discrepancies have grown bigger. Almond Bancroft over Wild Rose 3-0. I mentioned Auburndale over Pittsville 3-0. The beat goes on from there. Boys soccer, Amherst over Pacelli 2-0. That game could have had some conference championship implications on it. Columbus Catholic and Amherst had split during the year. So Amherst needed to win to give themselves still a chance to share it, and we would have had to go through a goal differential to break that tie, but that we didn't need to do that.
But Columbus won.
Because Columbus did end up winning as they beat Gresham Bowler 8-0 last night. So, Columbus had that.
Squeaks past.
Well, yeah, and, Columbus is, getting into boys soccer here just a little bit. We're not going to carry on more than a few seconds of it. They, like I said, they had, in a lightning-shortened game, fell at Amherst 1-0. That game ended with about 20 minutes left on the clock because of lightning. So they took the loss, and then they beat Amherst a week ago or so, or on Monday, I think it was. Yeah, Monday night they beat them 2-1 at home, and then the next night they went out and they Ryan Klein laid an egg at home to Three Lakes, got beat 3-1, and then all of a sudden their conference championship was in jeopardy a little bit. Again, they would have claimed it because everybody believes in the shares. We don't here, but. It was in jeopardy, but they just had to take care of Gresham Bowler and beat them 8-0.
Yeah, it's really interesting. In boys and girls soccer, there's you see some games that are like 4-3, 5-4 sometimes. They're not good teams. Like when two good teams play each other, it's usually 1-0 or 2-1.
Correct.
You'd think that really good teams are scoring a lot, but that's not the case.
No, because they're good from 1 through 11. So the defensive end is also good. Yeah, Bowler Gresham, the poor Cats, 0-12 on the year.
Hey, I want your opinion on something.
Okay, done with soccer. What's up?
I just thought about this because there were football games last night, and
2 on this network. There were 7 across the state.
Yeah, so. A lot of reasons why they go Thursday is they don't have enough officials, right?
Part of the reason.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But do you think it's a pretty nice advantage to play that Thursday, week 9 Thursday?
Yeah.
You get the extra day off.
Yeah.
You get to kind of sit back and just watch football Friday.
Yeah.
You get a 3-day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And you just get a little bit more buffer to relax and rest for that level 1 game.
Yeah, here's what they get. The 2 that we carried, it was DC Everest 62, Eau Claire Memorial 22. All the Memorial scoring came in the running clock part of the second half. Yeah. And in just a wild one in a game where both teams not playoff eligible, Assumption 22, Roshold 20. Assumption won it on a safety. That's the 2 points right there.
Love it.
Safety with about 20 seconds left. Roshold ended up getting the ball back on a fumble after the safety. It was wild, man. It was wild. So they had about 15 seconds, and they got it down to the 30 and then threw an interception. They had one play to get to the end zone and threw it. But yeah, the Assumption won on a safety. So for DC Everest, a playoff team of the 4 we had last night, the advantage now is they all get to hang out at their buddy's house. The whole team's probably at one guy's house, or maybe they're split up into 2 or 3 places. They're probably watching us. They're watching all these games. They're just hanging out, having a team bonding, and probably doing their best to lay eyes on who they're going to play next week.
Yeah, and
they get to do that tonight.
Yeah, and they get to go to the VIP section, and they can see who they're bracketed with.
Yeah, well...
And they're not bracketed right now, but, man, I would love to see a Spash Everest rematch.
Well, it's very possible.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we'll add that as our third case study as we go here. 2 weeks ago, Everest and Spash were the 4-5. Everest beat Spash last week, and that loss, again, in the moment. They really don't trade seeds as the season goes on.
No,
we do it because we're explaining to you week by week who's seeded where, but they all come out as one lump sum tonight over just down the road from here.
We should go over there, just knock on the door and see if they'll let us in.
Well, they would let us in. Sure they would. We'd take pizza. And here's a
bribe them.
good gift for you to let us in. So right now, Hudson on the 5 line, Stevens Point on the 6 line. We'll keep an eye on Hudson's result. Spash at home, senior night, our favorite against Marshfield, you would say. And a chance they can climb back to that 5. So DC Everest kids probably are keeping a pretty close eye on that Spash Marshfield game. Plus, it's 2 conference opponents that they know about. Probably friends with some of the kids on both of those teams. But that's the answer. Your question, that's what they get to have.
Hudson at Race Lake, that is a tough game.
It's a very tough game for Hudson.
Yeah.
So Spash could find themselves back at DC Everest a week from tonight.
2.5-hour trip, like you said, Kevin.
Yeah.
Every other Big Rivers team
Field.
has played their crossover game except for
there we go.
the
River
Wildcats.
Falls at Wausau West, one of the games we're keeping an eye on. They're bringing the little paper business you run through there.
So I'm not gonna get on my high horse here.
Okay,
but
you can if you want.
But Tom Field, I know it's historic, but it is not a great place to watch football.
And it's no place to broadcast a football game from, as it turns out.
It's okay, right? But Wausau West has a pretty good facility right outside the school.
I know it. Yeah, it's one of the. It must just be a blank spot in the cellular network. And I mean this is actual.
Yeah, because it is in Wausau.
Yeah, it's right there. But yet we can't really achieve a usable Wi-Fi signal. And to this point, the city owns the field, and they've not been able to achieve a modern-day internet connection for us there. So it's
parking's a huge issue.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things there.
It's in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah. In
the east side of Wausau. My tax money is helping Wausau West have football there.
It's historical, but it's also no longer 1962.
It's true. It's true.
That's why it's historical, because they played there in '62, but it shouldn't be that way anymore. Okay, well, Trevor's urging us along here. That was my list anyway. So Lakeland, your T-Birds.
I feel confident.
Looking to get in the playoffs tonight at Tomahawk.
I feel confident. Lakeland has gone through a lot of quarterbacks this year, a lot of injuries. Their stud running back he came back last week partially, but he's full go tonight. Definitely.
Keep it there for a second, Joe.
Definitely a winning, a chance to win at Tomahawk. Probably Lakeland should be the favorite in this one.
Okay, let's see here. What did Mike tell us? The asterisks, teams that win and in. That's what he said there.
Yeah, that should not be Lakeland.
Well, they would get to 3.
Yep, they would.
But there is no asterisk there for Lakeland. In, just as an example here, what division are we looking at there?
They're 3.
3?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Division 3, just as an example, there are currently 16 teams, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 teams vying for 8 spots in the playoffs in Division 3. Lakeland, even with the win, according to our projections, would see themselves ending their season tonight. But we'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting one for me.
I have confidence, right? Because the divisions aren't set, right? They just take the full 224.
It can still happen, and that's why we're doing an all-nighter here tonight.
Yeah.
And again, if you're just joining us, welcome. Our night will end on social media. We're going to keep this train rolling through 10 o'clock, pushing towards 11. Depending on all the different results that we get. And I mean, we may have another overtime game.
I would love to have a coach come in here.
Yeah, well, we'll invite him.
Yeah, he can sit in my seat.
Talk to him. There's Wapaka and Xavier.
2 bubble teams here.
Yeah, those are 2 bubble teams, both with 3 wins. The winner of that one automatically qualifies because they'll be in the less crowded field of 224 with winning records in the conference.
At Xavier's a pretty good team this year.
It is. It's a tough game for the Comets. But again, our night will end on social media. We will give you all 224 11-player teams, all 16 8-player teams. We will give those to you for free on social media. And you can go to bed tonight knowing that your team is in or out. And we'll give you the number 1 seeds also, or at least what we think. But I think we got a pretty good beat on that right now. Even with the hand of God coming in, I think we know what that's going to look like. We'll give all those to you tonight. You can go to bed happy. And then again, you can print out your brackets, WIAAWI.org at around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then Dan and I will be right here. We're going to be interviewing coaches from all over the state. It's 2 hours of coach interviews. And we're ripping them off every 10 minutes. I mean, we're going. And so we'll talk to those coaches tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So set your calendar, set your alarm, set your timer. Make sure you're in from raking leaves or whatever your Saturday chores are in the morning. Go in, print your brackets, and come in and talk with me and Dan to coaches from all across state, Milwaukee to central Wisconsin, eastern side, western side, everywhere. And we'll talk to those coaches about their playoff prospects.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. I was curious about this, right? Because a lot of eight-man football takes place on Saturdays because a lot of the small schools don't have lights.
Yeah.
Right? And I thought the playoff shows tomorrow. They have to play by tomorrow morning when the brackets are released. And so I checked, and a lot of them already played today. They played Friday afternoon.
The ones without lights had to play.
Yeah.
No, all games...
And the rest are tonight.
All games have to be finished today because So barring any unforeseen circumstances, maybe there a power outage or the IT guy screwed something up over at the association, the brackets will be done by around midnight tonight. And then they'll go through and do some formatting and then get them over to get them back to the IT guy so they can get on the website. And so there's a process to that. But again, you
have to build all the slides for tomorrow morning.
Yep. Yeah. So you'll get to print them all off at about 10:55 a.m. But just plan for 11, and then plan to see us at 1 o'clock as we talk to coaches tomorrow. Yeah. How many 8-player games are done? Or maybe just go through the scores, Dan. We got a few minutes to pick
there's a lot of forfeits, right?
I'll skip those.
Florence 36. Florence is very good. I think they were a 1 seed.
They were a 1 seed in our projection.
Yeah. So Florence 36, Menominee Indian 8. Everything else is forfeits. Today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A lot of 2-0s.
But they did play a game then.
Forfeits ahead of time, I assume, because teams just aren't playing anymore, or whatever the case is.
Okay. So that field, again, will get set tonight. That one's a little, like I said, that one has been easier to dissect. We only have 16 teams to worry about.
They had 6 games yesterday, though.
Yeah. Smart.
Yeah.
Smart. Again, those teams that don't have light, or the fields that don't have lights, which there are many.
Yeah, and
these are really small schools that just don't have that capability.
For those that don't follow 8-man football, or for some reason you think that it's lesser football, first of all, don't think that way.
You're wrong.
Yeah, don't think that way. It is like college football on steroids a little bit, because most of the games are in the 50s and 60s. It is up and down action, and it's 4 hours of football, pretty much.
Got a great question coming in here from Big Hurt. We've had Frank Thomas on the show before.
That's true. That's true.
So welcome back, Frank. I hope your baseball retirement is going well. And the question is a good question from Big Hurt. Let me find. Yeah, here's a good one. I mean, both of these really. I mean, any of them, I guess, are good ones. But okay. The question is, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. He's got some emotion into it, but we'll read it anyway. What do you guys think of the egregious seeding practices when it comes to the MPS, the Milwaukee schools? Teams are 1 and 2 seeds, and then they end up getting beat pretty quickly down there. Well, we
had a very similar conversation on the phone earlier this week on that.
Yeah. Well, here's why.
I can hold it up to the camera.
Well, let's go to we've got the camera there. Go ahead. This is a good time to get this one sorted out here. So Dan's going to show you the map. And, yep, right there, Dan. So look at all the teams globbed together in that part of the state.
Right down here.
Yep. Other side. There you go. Yeah. And so of that group of 8, they are all geographically near each other. We're good there, Dan.
Yep.
So they're all a couple blocks from each other in some cases, right?
Sure.
And so because they're all grouped together, you may have teams that just aren't very impressive. Maybe they just aren't able to put together a kind of a football program that Frank Thomas is hoping they can. But they're all geographically clumped together. So of that group of 8 in this small region where they're all neighbors, somebody's the 1 seed, somebody's the 2 seed. And if all 8 of them generally maybe aren't competitive statewide, you can have those kind of things where they only win a playoff game or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
it happens all the time. And remember...
Good question, Big Hurt, though. Good question.
It really is a good question. The seeding process is what it is. It takes into account your winning percentage, the teams that you played, and the teams that they played, right? So it kind of goes down the line a little bit. And when you have, let's just call them gaudy records, right? Because you don't play a real tough schedule. So you might be 8-1, or you're 9-0, 7-2. you're playing other 7-2, 8-1 teams because they're also playing Milwaukee schools, and that seed score is going to be really good. Seed score doesn't necessarily mean that you're a really good team. It just means that on paper you've done a really good job, and maybe you fooled the computer.
Yeah, it's calculating your win-loss percent against other teams you've played and the teams that they've played. And when it's in a very concentrated area like that, like a pinhole on the map, it will be deceiving in that case.
And I mean, we've seen 8 seeds beat 1 seeds. We've seen that happen handily, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes there's a 4, 5, or 6 seed that is a pretty good program that you're like man, like this team is the best team out of the 8, but they're a 5 seed. Like group of 8, you might come out of that. You might be going to the sectional final, the state semi.
Yeah, maybe. The only way to quote solve it, and I don't think it needs a solution. It just needs an explanation, which we're giving to Frank Thomas here. But if you wanted to go to the extreme and solve it, you would somehow pay for busing and bus those Milwaukee public schools to Madison and Green Bay and La Crosse to play other teams. And that's just not feasible.
Look at this bubble game here.
Yeah, this is a big one right here. Menominee and Chippewa Falls both coming in at 3-3. The winner, automatic bid for the playoffs. This is why we're here, gang. This is why we're doing this show today.
That's a pretty nice graphic. I'm kind of like that. The minimalistic...
Where are you looking?
The Menominee Chippewa Falls game.
Oh, bring that back up, Trevor. Let's look at that again. Oh, the scoreboard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they've done a nice job there. That's Cardinal.
I mean, there's
Cardinal
no
TV.
ads on there.
Cardinal.
Gotcha.
The school sells that. This is a school channel here.
So I watch a lot of sports.
Go ahead, Trevor. You can put it back.
Yeah. I watch a lot of sports. I wear that on my sleeve, right? And
why not? Right?
And I see a lot of different scoreboard displays and everything. I think that us on Zaleski do a really good job with it, right? We have records on there. We have teams. We have colors. We're able to show some of the sponsors that want to have their name displayed on there, right?
Sure, if that's what you want, yeah, we can help you.
And I also see some absolutely ugly ones.
Well, there are. We've got Trevor here, so we got a luxury of having one of the state's premier graphic artists be able to help this thing out. And over at the school, sometimes it's the receptionist or the principal's assistant or somebody else trying to figure it out. Menominee on the run early. And reaching.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah, it really is, because I don't think he was over that line. But Menominee looking to take an early lead. Again, the winner here automatically qualifies for the playoffs. The loser is going to be hoping that the other 3-win teams lost today.
And Alan Dunham, Drake Dakin that time, as Dave mentioned, it looked like he was
down to. And somebody's going to lose this game. Somebody's going to be sitting at
Somebody's
3.
going to lose. And I will tell you that in this Division 1 group of 8, which is going to be mostly Big Rivers teams and maybe 1 or 2 Wisconsin Valley Conference teams, depending on what it looks like. The bottom seeds of that are going to be good teams, right? So Menominee Chippewa Falls, the loser of this game, is a really good team, and they might be a 7 seed, 8 seed. They might miss. They might miss out.
Could.
And it would really be too bad because both Menominee and Chippewa Falls are really good teams.
I had that wrong. Chippewa's wearing the black tonight, so Chippewa goes down to score first.
Okay.
I see the maroon now on the helmets of the Mustangs. I thought that was red from a distance.
We were so far away.
Well, this is what it looked like, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Chippewa takes a very important early lead in a playoff qualifying game. Current projections, and I should note here too, some of these so we have a blended type of projection process here. We surf all the interwebs for different things. Plus, we're sports experts, so we mix that in there. And friend of the show, Travis Wilson, does a great job of putting out also a qualifying report. And we kind of weigh all those things, and then we mesh it into our own. So shout out, though, to Travis for putting together a great programming year in and year out. And we hope to have him on tomorrow's Coaches Show as well. Probably will. He's busy coaching right now. Otherwise, he'd be on this show with us.
Well, maybe he'll call us from the bus. No.
Well, I may call him.
I am not surprised with River Falls running it down
right down the field.
West's
Right down the field. A 2-win conference win. River Falls not having the season they would have hoped for, but
tough
they
conference.
want to give themselves
really
a chance.
conference.
So we just saw Menominee and Chippewa Falls. Let's see
Wausau
here.
West started really well, and the season kind of turned on them a little bit, kind of limping towards the end here.
River Falls currently projected, if they were to make the playoffs, to be slotted in Division 2. In Division 2, there are 13 teams fighting for 6 playoff spots. And River Falls, if they were to win, they might be able to get in. They might, but they would be one of those teams going from 2 to 3 wins, hoping not many others went to 3, and that the 3s didn't go on to 4, obviously. They're on the outside looking in, even with a win, unless they get help from others.
Yeah, I am.
Wausau West on the other end of it, with the 3 wins already, a little more comfortable tonight in Division 1. There are just 4 spots left in Division 1 and 12 teams on the bubble trying to get into 4 spots. That is not much room.
I'm excited to get out of the place where we're at right now, where we're trying to project teams winning and losing in week 8 and week 9, and I know we used Travis Wilson's help with this a little bit,
yeah.
And he has his ear to the ground a lot more than we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his opinion is extremely valid. So thank you, Travis, if you ever see this.
Yeah.
But we're actually going to get who's actually in the playoff field tonight, instead of like
no more guessing or
it'd be nice if this team wins and this team if this team loses, then maybe this team gets in. Like there's so much what if with 224 teams.
Isn't it? It's kind of the fun of sports, though, right? That's why we're huge college basketball fans around here, because it's the same thing there. It is 4th and 1, and the sticks have come out for River Falls. What do we got? What do we got here?
First down.
That's a first down.
Yeah.
By the white stripe on the front of the football.
Oh, they're looking really close at it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to look at there. It's on the white stripe.
Yeah.
He signals first down. In Division 5...
Trevor was pumping his fist over here. I don't know what's going on.
Just let us know they were at 4th down.
Okay.
Yeah. In Division 5, there are 19 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 19 fighting for 8 spots left. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, boy, oh boy. And, you get to this part of the season. So like you said, we can finally be done with the procrastinating and the teeth gnashing and the... finger...
Which is pretty fun.
Whatever this is. I don't know what they do with that, but whatever that's called. And the teams that miss, they're going to be disappointed. I'll rephrase. The teams that win tonight and still miss, they're going to be disappointed.
Abbott's for a touchdown.
When they grow up later, they're going to say to themselves, but it was our fault.
Yeah.
We should have beat so-and-so in week 3. We had it and we screwed it up. And that's what it comes down to at all levels of sports. All levels. We'll have the same thing in the NFL later this year. That one team that screwed up in week 3, now they missed the playoffs because they got beat by a bad team.
Yeah.
So Abbotsford, they come down the field on the first
run.
drive. Here's and the extra point. Now they've got a lot of soccer players in Abbotsford.
Yeah, they have a good kicker.
And they've got the advantage there of that. River Falls has scored a touchdown. Okay, so get some interesting things happening right away tonight.
I know, I like it.
Oh, this is big. This is big. And we go right away over to Green Bay. And the Wapaka Comets have come down the field and scored, needing a win to guarantee a playoff spot. Comets were in the playoffs last year. First round exit. I think they were the 7 seed. They went to Westby and they got beat pretty handily.
I like the transition we have here. Yeah.
Well,
good stuff.
You give Trevor an idea and he usually comes through. We're not able to source the Whitefish Bay Blue Dukes. No? Okay. We'll pick another game for you over there. I guess if you want, let's just do this then, just so we have something down there. Put
Medford-Mosinee.
Put Medford-Mosinee down there. Yeah, that's a good one.
Interested in that.
Both Medford and Mosinee are in the playoffs. Medford looking to lock up that 1 seed. Lock it up right here.
And Mosinee has won a lot of conference titles in a row.
Oh, man. Yeah, and they've beat Medford a number of times in the last 15 years on the gridiron.
And Medford knows that.
Medford does know that. They talked about it on the bus ride over to Mosinee, the hour and 20 minutes it took to get over there. They talked about it the whole way. right? Because you take Highway 64 over to 51, and then 51 down to Mosinee, and then you got to hold your nose because it smells bad when you get to Mosinee, until you get to the west side of town where the high school is, and then everything's fresh and new, and you hope to win.
Yeah, you're on the other side of the plant.
Yeah, right, to the west side of town. Mosinee, though, may be able to. It would be a bit of a stretch, but again, without knowing all the other wins and losses, there's still a chance Mosinee can move up in the seeding. They are, and I was able to confirm this earlier. You had asked the question on Wednesday, or made a comment wondering. Mosinee is the largest Division IV school.
Okay.
So they are the largest Division IV school, which is good for their playoff prospects, you would figure. Yeah, you've got it there. So, yeah, they're on the 4 line, we think, right now. It sure looks like it to me anyway. Who's on that 3 in that group right there? Aquinas, yeah. Yeah, so for Mosinee, they're probably dormy tonight, all right? They're likely locked in as the 4 then. But it's really Medford that we're looking at here, and they lead 8-0. They score on their first drive, it looks like, only a minute and a half in. And Medford, though, with a loss, would put themselves in jeopardy of going on the road in a level 3 game. The win would guarantee themselves home in levels 1, 2, and 3. So big game for Medford.
They must be Division 3.
Medford is Division 3.
Yeah, let's see what we had here.
There is the Pittsville Panthers on the move, and the Panthers score. Tiptoe down the sideline, and Pittsville is going to go up 14-0 over Pacelli. Go ahead. We'll go back. I'll come back to Pittsville in a second. There,
yeah,
Medford.
Medford's the 1 seed
Yep.
right now. You would think with a win they would solidify that, especially against a good Mosinee team. There's some tough teams in here. Notre Dame. I don't think Wausau East is going to beat Notre Dame, but what do I know? Yeah, Medford's got a pretty good region.
Medford is the overall number 2 in Division 3. So they are for sure a 1 seed, and especially if you're undefeated conference champ, you are almost guaranteed to be that 1 seed. It would, and this year in particular, I don't think there were enough left to have any confusion over at the association about the hand of God coming in.
Is Medford undefeated, or did they lose?
Oh, they lost on Alaska in week 1 anyway.
Yeah,
but still, they've got the second best seed score. They are just ahead though of Notre Dame, but not likely to be paired in the same group as Notre Dame. So. So Medford wins, so they're going to be a 1 seed. There's no doubt about that. Because after that, the seed scores drop pretty dramatically.
Yeah, so Medford 1, Notre Dame 2. That's who hosts the level 3 game.
It is. Right? It's tight in that group.
And if you can host a level 3, you want to host a level 3 game.
Yeah. And again, it's all in Medford's hands. All they got to do is beat Mosinee tonight, and they're already leading on the road.
My T-Bird's driving. I haven't seen them play this year.
They are in Tomahawk.
I haven't seen them play in years.
The Hatchets.
Oh, no. Yeah. The Hatchets. Once upon a time, Tomahawk had a really strong athletic program, boys and girls, up and down, and just like a lot of northern Wisconsin schools, just kind of losing enrollment, bleeding a little bit, and everything kind of suffers. But new football field.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
They got a lot of kids on the sideline too, Tomahawk does, so I suppose that means their numbers are good. Sure. Here we go.
Hey.
Here's Wausau West. Running right up the middle and right through River Falls. So you can, I don't know, you want to take a lot out of just one play, but, River Falls was expecting to have a better season. They were really expecting to be 4-2 right now rather than 2-4. And a run up the gut in week 9. It's tough at this point. You don't have a fix for it in week 9.
If it's Tecmo Bowl or Tecmo Super Bowl, you score on that.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the guy dives at you and you just go up or down.
Yeah. Or you can break the tackle.
Yeah, you have to hammer A because he grapples with you.
Isn't that something though in that game, right? You're the ball carrier running this way, and you get caught from behind, and in the animation he actually turns around to fight him, and then runs. How would that ever work? With 2 human beings.
It doesn't matter. There have been 75 football games since then. It's still so good.
It's a great one. Mosinee has answered. They come back down and score. So possession each for Medford and Mosinee, and a touchdown for each. 2-point conversion for Medford.
I did not expect a high-scoring game there.
Yeah, well, and that might be it. They may end at 8-7. That's possible too.
Pittsville up 16-0. I don't think that's much of a surprise over Pacelli.
No, it's not.
They're driving again.
No, it's not. Pacelli does have the 2 wins, but they
another
beat,
touchdown.
They almost, yeah. They Pacelli is their 2 wins came against the worst 2 teams in the conference.
Assumption.
Yeah, but saying that, Pittsville's also have come against Rochelle and Assumption.
True.
So somebody's going to get their 3rd win tonight out of this group, and what we believe now, I don't know if we can add another case study, but it'll be very close. But Pittsville leading. Let's just go, and they're about to score. So let's just say Pittsville, goes on to win here tonight. It'll be very close for them getting in. It'll come down to multiple tiebreakers. We'll be down the formula quite a bit.
Last year when we were in the Red Zone channel,
I remember that.
We should have had Trevor here because this is fantastic stuff.
Well, he was doing other important work, especially on those nights.
He was in Edgar probably most nights last year.
He wasn't. Well, right. He was producing our Hard Knocks series last night, so much more important work then. So Pittsville, there are 4 spots left in Division 7 and 14. Hold on here. There are 14 spots left. There are 14 teams left for 4 spots. Holy cow. 4 spots left in Division 7, 14 teams. So you would have to beat out a whole bunch of teams, right, to get that final spot. Pittsville could be the last team in, and the reward for that would be going to Edgar in level 1 and getting beat 50-0.
Or you need some higher enrollment teams to not make it so
that's also a possibility.
Goes up.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, who knows?
Could be. But yeah, a lot of what ifs.
A lot of what
ifs. Still, we're still in the first
quarter.
Still,
you have to get to 3 wins. You have to get to 3.
My overall point there is, I suppose, in your high school resume, you one more tick mark that says we made the playoffs now. 2 years when I played, knowing that you got beat by Edgar 50-0. You just don't mention that on your football spreadsheet. You just say we made the playoffs 2 times.
And I mean, maybe Edgar drops if they lose to Abbotsford tonight. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, we're still a long ways away, and Edgar is driving.
Yeah, we will.
Muffed punt.
Abbotsford muffed the punt? Yeah.
No, Mosinee.
Oh, right here it did.
Oh
Boy. Yeah, that's a mistake at home. That's a bad one. Because you give the ball now to Medford on your 41-yard line. Medford's already shown they've got a powerful offense. Now you give them the short field. I just wonder, I know you want to field the punt, you want to catch it. It's high school, we should be out here having fun. But, man, nothing bad ever happens if you just let the punt go.
That is true.
I just wonder if we won't see more of that at the high school level as years go on here. So very few good things happen when you field the punt. In the NFL, you do it. In college, you do. Well, college, you're trying to get drafted, so you field it there. NFL, you're showing off, so you field it there. But at the high school level, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I mean, even at the NFL level, there's not a lot of punts returned.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be, because only one thing can go right and everything else is wrong.
Yeah, you are catching the ball to try to avoid being inside your own 5, basically.
These days, right?
And you fair catch everything.
Yeah, everything's fair caught.
Because you don't want to get destroyed.
Yeah.
By 260-pound guys running 4.640s coming down on you.
Fielding a punt, though, in the NFL is, I would say, the most underrated thing that happens in that league, because those balls are a half a mile up in the air.
That's true.
I mean, it is a very
5-second
difficult thing
hang time in these
to catch a football, which is not very large, and reasonably speaking, it is somewhere between 4 and 5 stories high. And traveling half the length of the football field.
Yeah.
I don't think I could catch a punt. Maybe I used to, but I couldn't now. Too much.
No.
Too much. My back pedal isn't there.
It hurts to catch.
Yeah, well, it's falling 5 stories down, and it's kicked. The velocity, we can get all the physics of it, but it's a very underrated task to field that punt in the NFL.
What do you think about the new NFL kickoff rule?
I don't like it.
No?
No, I don't like a lot of what's going on in the NFL right now.
That's because your team's not very good.
No, this has been for a while. And Trevor's my witness. Even we'll get a roughing the passer against my guy, Dak Prescott. And I'll be like, that's not a penalty. It's not a penalty. And the quarterbacks are now saying, in the gameplay, he'll turn to the ref, that was a penalty? So there's so many things that are ruining the NFL right now. I saw Roger Goodell on TV last night. He was hobnobbing with all the wealthy Manhattanites at the Al Smith dinner last night.
Pittsville going deep. Another touchdown.
Wow, look at that. Okay, well that's beginning to be a blowout already in the first quarter. Honestly.
Yeah.
28-0. And there's still 5:45 to go.
Maybe the Pittsville coach will be here before the other guys are in.
Could be. Yeah, we're gonna look at let's look at it again. Perfectly thrown ball, isn't it?
You see the Pacelli coach just kind of hunched over as he catches that.
Here's what I would say. Show that play to the Edgar coaching staff and say, here's how you drop one in the bucket in the Division 7 realm.
Speaking of Edgar, they are about to go in.
I've lost sight of them. Here they are down here. Yeah, 7. Well, now I can see it as clear as anything. Well, they got to answer, right? And you look at the clock there, already down to 2:45, and that's because Edgar is just 3.5 yards a carry. They just move the ball methodically, steadily, predictably right down the field, and it takes up so much time off the clock.
Yeah, we were in Abbotsford for Abbotsford against Iola earlier on in the year.
Yep.
And Abbotsford also pounds the ball.
Yes, very methodical. Their games go very fast. I was there a couple weeks ago on the sideline, Abbotsford and Auburndale. I was doing photography, and my goal was to get to 2 games, but I wanted to stay. There's a touchdown for Edgar. I wanted to stay long enough to be sure who was going to win the game before I left. I had to wait so long because it was somewhat of a close game, but it went so fast I could hardly get to my next game because everybody ran the ball.
I guarantee you Edgar goes for 2 because that's the Coach Sin's always go for 2 after the first touchdown. Water? It's quite the strategy. I'm good.
No, I'm good too.
My T-Birds did not score. They were inside the 10,
how
inside
not?
the 5. I don't know. One of my favorite moments of the last NFL week was Jared Goff. Did you see this where he faked or he handed it off to a guy running back in front of him, and he quick tossed it to him?
I watched the entire game, Dan.
And then he backpedaled, faking that he had the ball, and he got smoked by a defender, just ran him over, and they got up and celebrated. That's how good the fake was. And he's celebrating, and the ref throws the flag right at him.
Well, and I will also say, you and I had a short text exchange after the game, but these for the other team, these were practice squad players out there. They had no idea what was going on. 30-0 now after the 2-point conversion. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. We're on the bye this week,
it's still
so
a long season.
I have no issues. I've got no worries.
You guys have to get healthy. That's the thing.
There were 8 starters. I was wrong when I said it to you. There were 8 starters missing of the 22 on the field. 11 on each side. 8. Yeah. That's almost 40% of starters that weren't in the game.
All I'm saying is that my Bears are looking okay. They haven't played anybody.
Yeah, they look.
The schedule gets tougher, but Caleb looks like he's doing all right.
But we're talking about the Bears, right? Let's talk about that for a second. Yeah. Okay, because in years past, they would have lost a lot of these games. And now this year, they haven't. They've won them.
Yeah.
That's a difference.
Handily, too.
That's a difference.
The NFC North has the 4 best point differentials because they haven't played each other.
Yeah.
That's a big
for
part
now.
of it.
For now, right.
Yeah.
Up until my Cowboys beat them, but Justin Fields was looking pretty good. Former Chicago Bears
he's
quarterback.
Not starting this week.
There's a conspiracy there, I think. I don't know why.
Well, I'll tell you what the conspiracy is.
The deal with Russell Wilson is, because he can't be better than Fields.
I will tell you what the conspiracy is.
Okay.
If Fields plays more than half the snaps,
draft pick,
they lose 2 rounds of draft pick, from 6 to a 4th.
Well, okay. Well, then I'm okay then, because Fields, he has to know that. He has to know why. He probably already knew.
And Fields said, hey, if I played better, then I would not have given my spot up, which is the PR thing that you say.
Well, if he would have played better, he would still be on the Chicago Bears.
That's true.
Okay.
I would have loved to him play better 4 years ago. 3 years
so
ago.
Talk about that, right? I mean, he would have played better. He'd still be the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears. He played himself right out of town.
He did.
Because he never progressed, seemed like.
Yeah.
Progressed very little.
Yeah, and here's the thing is... I honestly think that NFL quarterbacks, there are obviously some that are great, that are better than others, but I don't think that the skill gap between number 1 and number 25 is that great. It's coaching. It's coaching, the people around it. It's the scheme fitting what the quarterback can do. And Chicago just has not had the coach that would do that to develop, right? There's a reason that some of these
coaching has to do with it.
are fourth-round picks that come in and they look like they should have been the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Well, you have a coach in place that knows how to develop quarterbacks, right? Yeah. And they develop a system to ensure that the team is most successful with what traits that quarterback has. And the Bears haven't figured that out still.
Well, maybe now. Dennis asks, where's the Stratford game? Well, the Stratford game is in Loyal. So hop on in your car, drive over to Loyal. So Loyal Greenwood.
It might be done already.
It might be done. So, this will come into my answer a little bit here. I'm gonna let we're just sitting here talking as a group, right? Us and you on your living room couch or wherever you are. We're just talking about stuff tonight. We'll let you in on some behind the scenes stuff all night long. That's why you should stay tuned because we're gonna tell you some things that you'll find interesting. We already helped Frank Thomas with some things, and we'll help the rest of you with some stuff too.
Yeah, he's pushing a lot of testosterone pills right now, I think.
Dennis says, "Where's the Stratford game?" Okay, so first off, the game is in Loyal. The facility there just does not allow us a broadcast position. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the game is not scheduled to be competitive. We could have forced our way around there. We could have turned in some favors. We could have, if the game was for a conference championship or it's a playoff game or something like that, we will bring our own accommodations for those kind of things. But this figures to be a running clock game into the second half, and with no facility to hold us in Loyal that the school can provide, we bowed out of that broadcast. So the Stratford Tigers, by the way, are the number one in Division 5. They are guaranteed the top seed.
Rightfully so.
They're guaranteed. They are already conference champion. It would take a wild... I wouldn't even believe it if they lost. That's how wild it would have to be. They will finish the season then 9-0 and look to be a three consecutive state champion coming up. And they've got a really good shot at it, Dennis, a really good shot. Drew tells us Wausau East and Anago are tied at 7-all. It's an interesting game. Wausau East is in the playoffs, so win or lose.
Congratulations. First time since 2012.
There were a couple of years ago, there was questions of would they ever field a football team again? Yeah. Real questions about it. Not only have they, but they're back in the playoffs. They got a great coach. Wausau East does. He's doing a great job over there. I've interviewed him a couple times, and I'm embarrassed right now that I'm forgetting his name, but I'm not going to forget anymore because I've got the power of the World Wide Web with me. And, of course, they are coached by Tyler Kramer. He's got the great mustache, right, which is a good thing for a coach to have. They've got 4 conference wins. Anago with 2, but Anago doesn't seem, even with the win, to figure into the playoff formula. The strength of schedule is just not there for the Red Robins, even if they get to 3 wins.
River Falls jumps ahead of Wausau West.
This could be a wild one there.
Yeah, so River Falls trying to get onto that 3-win bubble.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in Division 3, there are 8 spots left for 16 teams. And I may have mentioned this before, and I'll probably repeat myself again. But there are not enough spots left for Anago, and too many other teams with better game results than the Red Robins at 3 wins. So
Medford piling on.
Yeah, got the ball back. They've scored 3 times now in the first quarter, and really.
Yeah, we kind of saw this coming, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, they, like we mentioned early on in the show, they've got all the motivation for that game because the 2 schools really dislike each other. The schools. And then the teams dislike each other.
Yeah, and it's not just football. It's all the sports.
Yeah. Well, and it's math and it's English. They don't like each other at those other schools either. The only sport between the schools, I mean this all seriously. Like I said, guys, we're just talking here. We're going to let you in on all the secrets tonight. The only 2 sports that I've discovered between Medford and Mosney that are cool with each other are girls volleyball. The coaches sat next to each other. I broadcast a game earlier this year between the 2. They're friends. They sat next to each other. They had a nice talk. But the other sports, been some bad blood. There's been some accusations thrown back and forth. There have been some things. There have
So
been some
Pittsville is officially on the bubble. They're up 38-0 in the first quarter.
Okay, so we can pencil in and almost permanently permanent marker
hopefully
in.
that clock just keeps running for them.
Well, yeah, 38-0 already.
Would you want a different game?
No, keep it up there for a while, at least through halftime. We'll give them the benefit there. Still no score, Lakeland Tomahawk.
Yeah, Lakeland turned it over or something deep in Hatchet territory.
So I want
Hatchet's a really good mascot or good team name.
Yeah, it's a good team name, man. It's a good design too.
Yeah,
It's
I'm a big fan of the big logos in the front, in the middle of the football fields and the basketball
20
courts.
yards wide.
It's awesome.
Yeah, they should all have that, right?
Yeah.
I think so. The huddle camera. I want to just digress on that for a bit.
Okay.
I've got some thoughts on the huddle cameras.
Better than nothing, but not much better.
They are great. I mean, they are great for the coaches.
I'm getting a little sick looking at it.
Well, okay. First off, the good news. They are great for coaches. The technology is out of this world. Right there, 44 made the tackle, and 26 carried the ball. The technology inside those cameras has the ability to log the tackle, the runner, and the yards, and middle, left, right, wherever the ball went. Like, it's got the technology to map out the whole thing. Basketball, and give you the shot chart and all the stats. I mean, it's the very powerful huddle technology. But the motion to it is maddening. It's sickening, like literally. Colby goes in to score. All right. Colby WIAA here, Fremont guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a good game.
Guaranteed playoff entry for the winner. There was, I forget what outlet, but somebody had the top 5 plays of the week or something like that, and a bunch of them were huddle. Teams. How it works to that outfit is teams submit a play, and maybe if they like what they saw, they'll put it in their top 5. Well, anyway, the number one play, it was I think it was a pick 6 for a game win or something like that, and it was like 70 yards. The final 50 yards of the run, the guy wasn't even on the camera anymore because the huddle technology follows the mass of people.
Yeah.
And he was out ahead of everybody. So it was the number one play that you couldn't even see. You knew what happened.
Yeah.
You couldn't see what happened. And so the technology on that camera is really bad news because it's not able to follow the game action. It follows the mass of humanity. That's what it's designed to do. Because usually it is the mass of humanity that you're looking at. But on a big pass play or a breakaway run or a punt return, that mass of humanity is back there, and the touchdown is over there, and you never get to see the touchdown being scored. Everything else about the huddle camera, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, basketball, very similar.
Breakaway layup or dunk. You don't get to see the dunks, unfortunately, because everybody else is still standing on the other end.
Really good for I imagine like grade school soccer, since everybody's always in a. It's just like a bunch of ants just running together in a pack. Let's see here.
Colby is at WIAA, right, Trevor? You don't have to have to bring it there, and that's a huddle camera.
Yep.
Okay. So Dawn, you go over to Huddle. I don't know what the extension is. Or Huddle.net probably. Or
you probably have to pay for it.
Huddle? No.
Free?
We found that out earlier.
Okay.
Huddle.com, HUDL.com, and then you search for the school you're looking for there, Dawn. That's how we did it.
Or you can watch it on one of the...
yeah, right. You just zoom in on our view of it right there.
Yeah. The 9-box, whatever. Octobox.
It's the Octobox. It's the Octobox plus us.
Yeah.
Nano. Or wait, no.
It would be Nano, I think.
Nano is 9?
I think so.
You Latin folks.
I know it from like a 9-sided polygon is a...
Oh, for crying out loud. You D&D guys.
Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Let's see.
Well...
Nonagon.
Nonagon? That's 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Nanobox.
The Nanobox.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like a banana box, kind of. Which, with us in it, can seem like
it's
a banana
box. It's an Octobox with us just talking.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There you go, Dawn. You're welcome. You can go check out the game there, Dawn. So, River Falls, up 14-7. There we go. I just saw that on my own personal replay.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
22-7, Medford's up. Well, Paca's still up on Xavier.
Yeah,
7-3. Surprised by that. That's
7-3. Xavier moving, though, right now.
Yeah. It's getting close to halftime.
Isn't it? Who's in white there?
Should be Wapaka.
Well, that is Wapaka. Yeah, that is Wapaka. Well, it should be, right? But in this day and age of the third jersey color and everything else going on in special jerseys,
It's true.
Can't be so guaranteed on it. You and I have been to a couple Comets football games over the years.
It's true.
Yeah, they're much better now than when we were going to watch them.
Yeah, it was not an impressive showing the night we were there.
Yeah, and they played, WIAA, the kind of that odd team out in their conference. They play, they're in Green Bay now. They're playing a lot of the bigger cities, and sometimes the talent level can be a little bit better in the bigger cities. So they, WIAA's got the deck kind of stacked against them in the Bay Conference to begin with, and so they're holding their own. Obviously, this year they're at 500. And now they do have a boys soccer team, so guess what? We're going to kick a 32-yard field goal in the game.
Oh,
it looked nice.
Good.
And must have been left. Must have missed it left.
Yeah.
A really nice kick. But again, the advantage of having a boys soccer team, it pays off. It looked like a field goal attempt.
It's like Abbotsford scored again, 13-6.
Crazy Falcons. What are they attempting to do here? They're attempting to chase Edgar out of that one spot, aren't they?
Yeah, they'd be conference champs.
What are they doing? What are they doing? That's a bit of a surprise early. Bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Move my spreadsheets all together here. Get my stuff working.
Yeah, that's a conference championship game. Abbotsford made the extra point, 14-6.
Okay.
Iola, Auburndale, do they both have 2 losses? I'd have to look.
Who are you talking about? So I was reading something else.
Auburndale and Iola, is that up there?
No, that will probably replace the Pacelli-Pittsville at halftime.
Yeah.
14-8 Auburndale.
So Auburndale leads 14-8.
How many conference losses
Joe
do those
Anderson
two
on
teams
the call?
have?
Well, Auburndale's got 1, just to Edgar.
Iola's got 2.
So
2.
if Auburndale
Abbotsford,
wins
Edgar.
and Abbotsford wins, it's a 3-way cut it up in 3 ways.
It's a menage a tie.
It's true. And it's surprising, right? Because Auburndale handled Abbotsford and Edgar crushed Auburndale.
It's a funny thing, high school sports,
is.
isn't it?
It really
and really
is.
just sports, right? Sports are just a funny thing. What you think is going to happen oftentimes doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It's the craziness about it. I'm double checking comments here. Wausau East goes up 14-7 on Anago. Thank you, Drew. Game at Anago. I'm not saying we should watch it because there's nothing up for grabs there, other than Wausau East just continuing a nice season, and the Redbirds getting ready for basketball season or wrestling, maybe more so at Anago.
Anago, I mean, they could get on the bubble, but that doesn't really mean too much.
It just didn't look, like I said, and the looks I did on it, some of the math I did, it just doesn't look like there's enough there, even with the win. They would need some really wacky things to happen.
The Robins would need a wing and a prayer.
Hey!
Not just good looks.
He's something, folks. He's Dan Ross. He's something. We're not quite sure what, but he is something. Let's see. A game on the network that, again, doesn't have any playoff bearing, really. And even when we looked, it didn't look like the seeding would have changed coming out of it. But Hamilton leads Germantown 14-0. Germantown's number 9 ranked team.
Yeah, they're good.
In the state. Getting beat on the road, which for them is about a 6-mile bus ride to the west, but it's still over Germantown over to Sussex. But in the north suburbs, that could be an hour, depending on traffic sometimes, depending on where you're going. Usually you can find the east-west route, though. You get what the city folk call a side street. I just call it a street.
They do call it side streets.
Yeah, they like that term, side
I
streets.
put gasoline on it.
Oh, wait.
Hey, now.
I'm hold on. Well, at least it was nothing explicit.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful with that. Although we are not monitored by the FCC, so it's fine with me.
I'm trying to go onto Twitch for something.
Hamilton looks to be scoring again, and oh no, that was Germantown. So Germantown has scored, so 14-6. Again, we're not featuring on the Nanobox because both those teams are well into the playoffs, and probably a seed change isn't in the works there. A win or a loss on either side. It looks like they were locked in when we last looked. I believe Germantown the 2 and Hamilton 3 or 4, something like that. So didn't look like that was going to be any kind of a question mark over there. Chippewa Falls, again, this one is an interesting game to me. Chippewa Falls 8 and Menominee nothing. They are into the second quarter on what Dan has correctly identified as a really nice-looking scoreboard for a school-operated outfit.
Yeah.
They've got a kid in the school that deals in graphic design, so that's good.
He has a future in it.
Yeah. But the winner there automatically in the playoffs, and the loser likely out, even on formula, tie-breaking formula, likely out. I looked at that just before we went on air, and I'm like, oh boy, that could be bad news there.
Can you click on the Spash game here on your?
Oh yeah, I will. Sure, I will. Not on the nano box.
It was,
but it's 6-6.
6-6. Okay.
6-6. To comment right away. Marshfield should challenge that.
Yeah.
No challenges in high school sports. We appreciate all the comments. A lot of nice people out there watching this game. Still can't believe how many people. The stands are pretty full. So it's not a matter of they're not going to the game. There's just a lot of people like to watch these games.
Edgar play?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what Edgar did. Edgar, a shovel pass forward to the Butt, one of the Butt brothers. Yeah, nice. But yeah, it's a forward pass. Not at all a spiral or even the correct throwing motion, just a shot put.
As long as it's forward, that counts in the stats.
It was a forward pass. Yeah. That's right. Marshfield 6, Spash 6. Both teams have already qualified for the playoffs, so there's no question marks there. The Spash win, if they were to win, we're 5:50 in the second quarter, long ways from anybody winning this game. Looks like it would set up a rematch in what was a double overtime thriller last week. It would be Stevens Point at DC Evereston level 1.
I would love
and that's a game we would probably empty out all of our technology on to show that game because of just how fantastic it was the first time around. And the 4-5 games are usually fairly decent.
Yeah,
it's all the other
games.
ones that in that level 1 get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because sorry, you got thoughts here,
Yeah.
but because we're sending a lot of 3-team wins in the playoffs, and they fill up all those other spots, and it doesn't work out.
River Falls back in the end zone.
So it's going to be 20-7
Yeah.
at Tom Field. River Falls, the 2-win River Falls.
Yeah, not too surprised by this.
Boy, I'll tell you, the Wausau West putting themselves in jeopardy. Just
Yeah.
at the 3 wins,
They're not
putting
playing
themselves
well.
in jeopardy.
Not playing well.
No, Marshfield, after Iowa had almost, and you think I did completely, count Marshfield out. Marshfield beat Rapids, and then they beat West, and then they're in the playoffs.
You were pretty critical of your Tigers, and I said, hey, just hang in there.
Well, look,
Schedule gets easier.
what I say, Stevens Point has got a pretty good offense. Marshfield defense is really good, and they got Spash at Stevens Point, just right up the road here, at 6, but they themselves have 6. So that's been an issue for the last few years. Since 2019, the Marshfield offense just hasn't found a way, hasn't been able to get it going.
It's what fans really want to see is a really good defensive and bad offensive team.
Not always, and especially when you got bad popcorn over there, and then that's not what they want at all. They want better concessions. If you're going to give them 6 points a game, you better give them some nice food.
I don't spend a lot of time at Spash Sports to even know what concessions they have over here.
I get there on a somewhat basis, I guess you would say. Nothing really stands out, but they do have a nice selection of fresh fruit at the concession stand.
Nice. That's actually good.
It is good. Marshfield does too. So maybe they've copied each other, but
Edgar's in the end zone.
Yeah, they scored.
2-point conversion.
after the shovel pass, shovel pass got them down to about the 15, and then they go in to score from there.
Alpaca scored a touchdown. Chippewa Falls scored a touchdown.
Hey.
Yeah, falls on for the extra point. It is
Good.
good. Okay, 15-0. Yeah, Chippewa looking to stamp their spot in the playoffs.
Man.
Good for them.
Imagine Menominee not making the playoffs. I mean, they are a team that's a fixture in the WIAA playoffs every single year. Mm-hmm. Just the Big Rivers is such a good conference.
Yeah, they've produced really good teams up and down. They've got some of the Minnesota effect. Not the Minnesota effect, the metropolitan Minnesota effect, right? Where they play each other sometimes across the St. Croix River, and they get better from that. And plus some of those families able to move over to River Falls
It's
and
like
Hudson.
Edgar was stopped on the 2-point try.
Mm.
No, they made it.
No, they made it. Okay. Well, the Abbotsford defense is pretty good, though. I've been good with the Abbotsford. It's a lot like Marshfield there. Abbotsford defense has been good. The offense has been a little hit or miss all season long. Let's other spash. So yeah, you got the grapes over there. I think bananas you can get over there. Granola bars, string cheese is always nice, and they've got a good system at the concession stand. They've got an order window, a pay, and then a pickup. So you're kind of just moving right the whole time. And then they're right in the cafeteria. So you got all the tables you can sit at. And they do.
How does this game have 11 minutes left in the first half? This could be a running clock game.
Could be. Well, and I think that really shows. We said Medford, the number 2 team overall, and I see they're ranked 3 here, and that's our ranking in the division. But in the playoff, divisions are a little different than the divisions they were set. I don't want to confuse everybody. Just know that Medford's
number 3 by enrollment.
By enrollment,
but,
there you go.
But number 2 based on playoff qualifiers.
Based on playoff qualifiers,
yes,
that is correct.
That
is correct. Thank you, Dan. And so anyway,
that probably
really
means
good
nothing
team.
to the watchers, but that's technically right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, right. Well, because again, right, we're taking 60 teams in a division, but we're only letting 32 in.
Yeah.
And of just those 32 in the entire division, just those 32, Medford is the second best team. Of everybody that's included in Division 2, they're the third best team to start the year. But a Division 2 team to start the year is now in Division 1 in the playoffs.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, we took a team in 2, we put them into 1. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Land of Confusion. Is that a Genesis song? Land of Confusion? I think so. That was, had the claymation with Ronald Reagan and the nuclear button.
Yeah.
This is the Land of Confusion. Oh. Something like that. I'm not a singer. I think people knew that already.
Pittsville's up 54.
Holy man.
Woo!
Holy man. Wow.
If that clock isn't running, it needs to get going.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Pittsville had really wished that years ago when the AD meeting came around that they had voted to include scoring margin in the tie-breaking procedure because it may have given them a shot. It may have given them a shot this year. They still need a couple things to go their way in the other games, which they have no control over, but they still need a couple things to go well in those other games, even with the 54-0 already underway with still 2.5 quarters to play.
Yeah, what's going to hurt Pittsville here is that their 3 conference wins are worth 3 wins. Right? Because Pacioli has 2 and Assumption has 1.
Yeah.
So 3 conference wins with 3 wins.
It doesn't break you many tiebreakers, unfortunately.
No.
But I don't know. One of my
you never know.
One of my drawings I did had them in, so it's possible.
I like it.
It's possible, and I was doing it realistically. Like if this team wins, and
I think Travis had them in, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. So, and he and I agree on about 50% of things usually.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it's just talking points, which is always fun.
Yeah.
I like talking to him. I talked to him Wednesday on the way home after we left here.
Nice.
Talked to him in the car ride home for a while. Yep.
He has not blocked me on Twitter for a while.
Well, keep up the good work.
I haven't angered him in a while.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
I was looking for Pittsville over and over and over because they were able. The WI was able to recognize the Merriwood.
Oh, they did now.
Yeah.
Nice.
So now it's the Merriwood CWC. So you got to look down on the M's.
So Merriwood Pride maybe comes back, makes an appearance. Merriwood Pride, if you're out there.
The Merriwood signal's going up in the air right now.
Yeah, the M
up
in the sky.
MP. Let's see. I was looking at the game schedule for Pittsville. We did a couple weeks ago over in Edgar. It was alumni night, so they're celebrating Coach Jerry Sens' 50th year as the head coach. 53 years overall. 50 years as the head coach of the Edgar Wildcats. And Tom King, through the help of Edgar and the school and the team and the booster club, we were interviewing players from past, some long ago. A couple from just last year, but everywhere in between. And one of those, you'll have to go back and comb through it, Dan, because they may have unmasked themselves.
Really?
They may have, because at the very end, it's John Strite he's right in the middle of all the interviews, and at the very end of it, he utters the words "Merriwood Pride," and did so in a just remember Merriwood Pride or something like that. I just thought it was too close. It was too close. And you talk about whoever Merriwood Pride is, and people outside the Merriwood Conference have no idea what we're talking about right
Yeah.
now, but it's an X.com user. The Twitter handle is Merriwood Pride, and they have all had when they were active. We resurrected them for about a month last year, and then they went away again, have been gone ever since. And we're missing in action for 9 months prior. But before that, so 2 years ago, and then a run of about 3 years, they would provide us kickoff temperatures, cities, and
graphics,
and then past athletes from the conference and information about them, statistical stuff and interesting information. We quite enjoyed it. But they wouldn't tell us who they were. We invited them on the show. They refused. So they was real secretive, and so we went on this mission of trying to figure out who they are, and you would have to be somebody with decades of knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, John Strite, if that's his name, Mr. Strite, has decades of knowledge, and he said the words Merriwood Pride, and he's an Edgar alum. That fits all the requirements.
He should have joined us with a voice modulator, like.
Well, I don't think he was. If it's him, if that's Merriwood Pride, I think he slipped up, and that's how you catch them. They got to slip up. Right?
It's true.
I'm no sleuth, but that's how it's got to be. Okay, I was going to talk to folks about Pittsville.
He's on the board.
Yeah, I scored again.
And again. Okay. So, narrowed the gap in the second quarter. That's the good news. Bad news if you're an Indians fan, you're still down by 16. Or
17
for the time being. So if you're Pittsville, where did you, if you end up missing, like I said this before, right? There are teams tonight that'll get to 3 wins. They're on the bubble, but they'll still miss. And if Pittsville's on the missing end, and I had said, years from now, they'll go in and look, and they're like, man, we had that one. We had that one. Well, they lost to Marathon by 7, 27-20, and they lost to Spencer Columbus by 6, 28-26. They had 2 one-score losses. Just win one of those, and you're in right now. So that's the difference maker.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's really telling about Pittsville, and this says a lot about where this Merriwood CWC Small is that in their conference play, they're going to get their 3rd win.
Yeah.
But their 4 losses were running clock losses.
Yeah, it's quite a discrepancy.
Yeah, so you have the 4 teams up top, you have the 4 teams on the bottom, and there's a huge, huge gap in there.
So you always get what you deserve.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Always sometimes.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being 3 and 4 in conference, but
yeah.
Looks like River Falls just had a really long run. Big touchdowns. It looks like it.
Oh, I thought it was a punt.
Oh, was it? I just saw one of them running all the way down the sideline. Maybe it was a punt.
Well, I'll tell you though, West is up against it right now. 14 points.
They're in trouble.
At home, you're down by 14 to a team that's underperformed during the year. And you're at 3-3, so it's not like you're a world beater or anything like that. But Wausau West up against it, and we've seen this during the season as the Central Wisconsin Division I teams have combined with the Western Wisconsin D1. In this case, River Falls is a Division I team this year. They're on that border, but they're regularly getting beat by those teams in Western Wisconsin, and it kind of shows the current state of football in Wisconsin between the Central Wisconsin big schools and the Western Wisconsin big schools, and there's a difference. And the Western ones are just better. Right now, they are better.
Yeah, it's really not that close.
WIAA sideline. See, there's that huddle camera, right? The huddle camera was following the guys running down the sideline. But the ball is all the way over there, and something happened all the way over there, but they're following this mass of kids down the sideline.
Love it.
Yeah, that's the huddle camera. Let's see here.
I don't know.
WIAA has 20, and we don't know what Colby has because the scoreboard is misaligned on their feed. They've got less than 20. Colby has less than 20. It's probably 14, but it's a 1 and then something else. But it looks like WIAA just scored. Is what it looked like there. Again, that's one of the reasons we've got that game up there. Winner is automatically in, and may not have too shabby of a seed. May not. Here's Edgar now up by 6.
They just scored. This is the 2.
And the 2-point conversion pending. So they go up by 6 with the touchdown. So Abbotsford's Abbotsford's early lead
They have a
has
kicker
disappeared.
now. Do you remember early in the season?
Big old 44 there.
Yeah.
Whoever that is.
Oh boy.
No, off the bottom crossbar. So they got 2 crossbars. So it's a little more dramatic when it's off the crossbar, but this was under the supporting crossbar. So not good. Just not good.
But it was exciting.
Well, it doinked off of something.
It didn't kick it very hard.
Or high.
Like it just looked like you just like.
I'm a couple
50%.
I'm a couple clicks away from the roster for those Wildcats, and I've had fun with it. I know they all know this is all in good fun, and I really have no ill will towards anything over there. But Jarvis Kofent was the kicker there. 6'2" kicker, tall kicker. Jarvis. But Jarvis needs to use some of that height to get torque on his hip. Wausau West has won in and scored. They've heard my speech.
Okay.
They've heard my concerns about them. Let's see. I'm gonna look for comments again here. See what we had. Boy, we got all kinds of Drew telling us things. Thanks, Drew. Some of the things I don't need to know about. What do we have here? We've got a college football game tonight.
Really?
Yeah, Wisconsin. Whitewater leads Stevens Point 28-0.
The pointers are.
Yeah, well, that's been that way for a while.
It has. I talked to in my golf league, my men's golf league. Player that played in the early '80s, and then maybe like '86. And then he was in the practice squad for the New York Giants, and someone else played some preseason games.
That's good, though.
Yeah, he has some stories about preseason game where he was lined up across from Joe Montana.
Nice.
And Rice was back there, and Roger Craig was in the backfield.
Nice.
He was a middle linebacker, and he said that he gave up a 60-yard pass play to Roger Craig because he was supposed to cover the running back out of the backfield. And he said, I didn't even move. I was just like, that's Joe Montana.
You're watching the game, right?
He didn't make the team.
Here's Chippewa Falls throwing to the back pylon.
Wow!
And it's caught. Touchdown as the Cardinals increase their lead 21-0, extra point pending, and the Cardinals marching their way to the playoffs.
Yeah, we saw Menominee a little bit earlier in the year against, was it New
Well,
Richmond?
I've been there twice. We saw them against Rice Lake.
Rice Lake, yeah.
A game that Rice Lake won. There was an ambulance injury.
Yeah.
And the air just came out of that place at that point, and the game was somewhat close, and then Rice Lake went away. And
your first game was a tornado game.
I got chased out of town by a tornado.
Yeah.
They said, get out of here, there's a tornado coming. And I'm like, really? And there was. Because when we went back, they told us about all the damage and things that had happened since then. So I didn't have a great time in Menominee this year, both times.
It's a beautiful facility.
Oh, it's a great facility, but saw a kid get taken off by an ambulance and a tornado staring me down. That's not a good memory at all. Stevens Point, the Pointers. The best thing for me and Pointers football is the spud game because you get a potato.
Yeah.
Like you eat a potato when you're there.
So what?
That's it, though.
So what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Is he's a very connected alumni and donates a lot of money to the football program. He told him no more.
Oh.
So
it's that bad now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they've been through a few different coaches. Tom Jurnell and I had got to know each other while he was there, and he had some good energy. I thought he was, he wasn't young, right? He wasn't a 30-something, but he brought some good energy that I thought that the kids would relate to. He was winning some games, not many, but some, and then they let him go. And after letting go, they went from winning 2 games a year to 0 games, and I suppose it was probably the right decision to let Tom go because you want to win more than 2 a year. But they just can't find it. And you think about the state schools. That's what I call it, a state school like that. The state schools generally are relying on the high schools in the neighborhood to put out talent to recruit, but not too good because then those kids are going to a Division I or II, or they're looking for a scholarship. But the other kids, it's just a lot to do with the high school product in the area too. It's not the university's fault all the way.
Pacelli is on the board.
Hey, all right, Cardinals. There you go.
They're within 46.
On social media, okay. Let's see, social media here. Gosh darn it. The Pacelli Athletics puts on a pretty good show, and Drew Nelson, the coach of those Pacelli Cardinals, is a good football coach. You know, I know he's doing his darndest over there. I may have to look up his Drew Nelson. Oh, but it had to me one of the best graphics I'd seen in a while posted. Where is it? I want to tell people where to find this, because I thought it was, you know, he's obviously got some sort of a program he bought. Oh, here it is. So here's on his Facebook feed tonight on the way to Pittsfield, the Cardinal bus, another business trip, and
I like it.
Cardinal bird ball, and then I'm not sure what that says. Cottonin, I'm not sure. And then this is pretty wacky too. So, you know, there's some sort of Russian-made graphic design, automated AI designer.
Yeah.
We got the Cardinal in there and bird ball, and then everything else is Russian that's on there. But
Russian down the highway.
it's on the official Pacelli football Facebook group if you want to see the picture on your own. Yeah, it's a nice one. There are others that do that. Loyal, their athletic page puts out some neat graphics like that too. So it's weird stuff I see. I'm browsing Facebook on my drive because got one of those cars that kind of drives itself anywhere I tell it to go, and so I can get some other work done. It is halftime over at Pittsfield, halftime in Xavier, and in Edgar. So 2014 at the half there. There it is. There's the picture right there. So, right, I mean, that's Russian calligraphy on the top of the bus. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah.
And again, I get the Cardinal bird ball, and there's a cotton in there, and then there's something else. Cotton van? I don't know. It's a pretty funny, you know, Dan knows, I love the mascots. And there's just a bunch of mascots sitting in that bus.
I do too. I'm a big fan.
It's a good picture.
I'm a big fan of the mascots.
I don't know who the AI outfit is that does that. They've messed it up to some extent, but not enough where I can't enjoy it. Still enjoy it, and enjoy it a whole lot. Okay, Medford 38, Mosney 13. So Medford right on track to hold on to that number
Someone
one seed.
scored in the Lakeland game. I don't know what's going on up there. They're jumping up and down now.
Well, it's zeros on the scoreboard.
Maybe
It's
not.
at the half. It's at the half. I wonder if somebody maybe had a defensive stop at halftime.
It could be.
That's what it is. But it looks like we're zeros heading to the locker room.
Looked like Lakeland was throwing it towards the end zone.
Two win teams, Dan, and we're 0-0 going into half.
Yeah.
Here's what just happened over in Tomahawk. T-Bird sprint out to the right, heave into the end zone, and, well, a T-Bird didn't catch it.
Yeah.
So, defensive stand for the Hatchets. 0-0.
Yeah. The winner might get to play Medford early on.
They just might if they don't watch out. They're going to get what's coming to them.
The winner might be the 8 seed.
Yeah, at last look, right, we had Lakeland in as the 7 that was assuming a win over Tomahawk, getting running clocked by Notre Dame, or they would go to Medford and get running clocked there, either.
You know.
But the first they have to score to win.
Yeah. I have been in some seating meetings.
Okay.
In basketball, not football.
Yep.
And there comes a time in these seating meetings where you have 16 teams, and the 14, 15, 16 teams, right? So they're the teams that combined have maybe 4 wins.
Yeah.
And they look at each other across the table, and they're like, maybe we're the 15, but we'll just play the 1 seed because it's a 20-minute drive instead of a 2.5-hour drive.
Oh, right.
To the 2 seed where we belong.
Yeah, go ahead and vote us to 16. Yeah. We're okay with it.
Right? And like 16, go ahead, challenge us, because that's what you could do. You could challenge up.
Yep.
And then they tell the room, like, hey, like, challenge it, but like, we'll take it.
Well, let's just be logical.
Yeah. I mean, why not? And that would be one of these things where Lakeland could go to Green Bay or they could go to Medford. right?
Yeah. They'd feel a lot better.
Maybe closer.
Driving over to Medford.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got here? So we got the utility pole in front of the huddle camera.
With the 50-yard
Situation.
line with arrows on both sides.
Well, because you can go both ways from the 50. And they got a logo on the field, so give them a plus for that. I know the stencils are very expensive. I've looked into it before.
Yeah.
But there you've got the 6-yard wide logo. It's still a logo though on the field, so you give them credit for that. You gotta get that utility pole behind the bleachers somehow.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to put lights. Right on the 50.
Right on the 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in 1948, the soldiers came back from the war, and they volunteered to construct the field, and that's
the quarterback took a hit.
See, the camera right now has no idea where to go. But it sees these guys running back, so it's like,
go right behind the pole, though.
Come this way.
That's good.
Well, because the press box is in line with the pole on the 50, so you hang it on the press box, obviously.
Hey, I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
And why not do it now? We're just talking.
Yep.
We had talked about Zaleski Sports hosting a basketball tournament. Is there any movement on that?
Well, we would be in search of a tournament to host in a facility that wants to have us in there.
A little holiday tournament?
Yeah. I think that'd be a lot of fun. We are, I better not say who, but at least not yet. There is a school or a community that has a newer facility that would be great to host one of these things at, and that could be a possibility for us. We're maybe closer than you think as far as that's concerned. But I'd appreciate a phone call if you want our help and our technology. Let us know. We can probably do it. Yep, I got it here.
We don't bet on high school sports, right?
Heck no. Here's WIAA Fremont with 20 seconds left. Screen pass. Looking to get into the playoffs.
One guy to beat. Oh,
Got a seal block there, right? Hey, got his hands out.
Yeah.
Shoulder. I thought that was a pretty good block there. And WIAA's going to go into the half with another touchdown. And 26 to, I think, 14. Again, unfortunately, the scoreboard's cut off on the visitor side.
Both teams could be in. Could be.
Well, let me look. Let's look.
Could be in. No, what I was going to say, we don't bet on high school sports, obviously. But if you somehow found a bookie that had the over in the Medford-Mosinee game, you're in good shape tonight. They're at 59 combined points in the first half.
Somehow, if you knew somebody.
Maybe.
Somehow. Okay. Yeah, it certainly is possible that both teams are going to make it anyway. The possibility would lie with Colby, though, winning, and WIAA already being in. Now that is going to go the other way as of the halftime score. All the momentum with the home Warhawks, I think they call themselves these days. So Colby could be in some jeopardy right now. Obviously, the winner's 4 wins and they're in no matter what. Colby could be in a little jeopardy. The reason being is in Division 5, more teams fighting for less playoff spots than in Division 6. Division 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I did this one already. 13 for 7. So much more comfortable there. If you're a 3-win team, much more realistic chance to make the playoffs rather than just a couple spots and a whole bunch of teams in Division 5 trying to get in. So Colby's got to win if they want him, I think. Without looking through all the tiebreakers, but just using a common sense brain that I was given.
Yeah, for sure.
Numbers, man, numbers.
But yeah, having a Zaleski Sports holiday basketball tournament would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm all for it. It's not our tournament. I think I mentioned this to you, but so we'll be at the WBY Rick Majera shootouts.
Of course.
Matt and Elijah will be down there, and now we got the guys right there on the boots on the ground, as they say.
Mark Miller.
And a friend of the show, great friend of the show, Mark Miller, which the yearbook will be mailed out here any day to us.
He has been releasing conference previews.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, he all he can do is think about basketball every day of the year.
Yeah. Nobody in the state of Wisconsin knows the teams and players in Wisconsin better than Mark Miller.
And every school, right?
School.
Doesn't matter what area of the state you're in, which is unlike the other sports And people that follow them statewide, they really stay regionally most times. Mark does not. He knows about all the schools in the entire state. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, and just talking to him, you could just name a school, and he knows who the coach is. He knows who the top couple players are in the conference, and like strengths, weaknesses.
With no
like
notebook,
the top
right?
of their top of his head.
Yeah, no notebook needed. There's River Falls doing something with a couple seconds left in the half. So we'll be at the Mark Miller WBY
Rick Majerus
and Majerus deal down there in Mequon.
It's really the premier tournament.
Concordia. That's the best one.
Tournament,
really good teams are there, and it's designed that way intentionally. Auburndale. We will spend time with the Auburndale tournament. Again, I don't know how many years it's been. A long time.
It's like the day before the basketball shootout, usually.
Yeah. But right during that post-Christmas time frame. Marshfield does a little invite, and we'll be there again. That's the girls' side. Does a little bit of an invite. Assumption
has the cranberry.
They got the Thanksgiving one.
Yep.
And then as far as the post-Christmas, Stratford has done something. That'll be a bit of a question mark, but probably. But the one I'm looking forward to, because that's one I get to be involved in, the Marshfield Tigers boys basketball team. Both Mark and I believe that's the preseason #1 in Division I, the Marshfield Tigers.
Really?
Yep.
It's saying a lot.
It is saying a lot. It's a pretty good squad, I think. They were in a sectional final last year. It's always tough to lose seniors, and so of course, Chris Fisher, the coach of those Tigers, would want some of those kids maybe to play there forever, but the group as a whole is better this year than it was last year. It so appears, and including their #1 guy, Brooks Hinson, one of the premier shooting guards in the state. And so post Christmas, 27th, 28th, and 30th, I will be with the Marshfield Tigers in Orlando, Florida, playing basketball. I'll be doing the play-by-play. They'll be playing the basketball.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So really good heads-up play by the River Falls player to get out of bounds as the clock is ticking down.
3 seconds.
Yeah, and he reached the ball out trying to get to that line, so he knew that he couldn't get tackled inbounds. Let's say they have a timeout, but maybe.
Well, somebody called a timeout. River Falls and Medford scores again. Just like that, just at the flip of a switch. Boy.
Yeah, you see a lot of down heads or heads down.
Yeah, walking slow to
Mosinee,
the special teams line of scrimmage for Mosinee.
Yeah.
I was going to say something there, but then that touchdown threw me off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, River Falls. Yeah, they've got a boys soccer team, so I wonder if they would attempt a 45-yard field goal.
Maybe. I mean, you have a better chance of making that than
a 30-yard heave to the end zone. That usually doesn't work out at all levels in the professional and otherwise. They have a boys soccer team, so they've got a place kicker. And they're a Division I football team, so they've got a place kicker who probably has some skill.
Ball's at the 27 or 28, so it'll be about a 45-yarder.
45. And they're going to tee it up from there. Look at this.
Yeah.
45-yard field goal attempt. Right-footed kicker.
I like it.
And... yeah, it looks like he knows what he's doing.
Left, yeah.
Looks like he knows what he's doing. Number 49, if he makes it, we'll look up his name.
Bad snap.
49.
Oh, get there, baby! Short.
Just short.
Yeah.
All right, well, good enough that I'll look up the name, because that was a pretty solid kick.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you got all of it. It was a good kick. You didn't get all of it, though.
Yeah, 45 yards. It's a long way for a high school kid.
Yeah.
It's a long way. Big.
It's inside the 5, still going to the 1! Push for the conference. They surge. They are in, and the DC Everest Evergreens are Wisconsin Valley Conference champions. Logan George surges in double overtime. And your final score, 47.
Yeah.
5'9",
he
it
just
says
looked
here.
bigger, I don't know.
Well, yeah, got some big pads on. The place kicker probably has some size envy, maybe, and so you're looking to get some bigger shoulder pads than you normally would need.
Yeah.
I don't know. And making it all up.
As a kicker, you want to wear as little as possible so that you can be more maneuverable.
Let's see, West, Oshkosh West and Fond du Lac tied at 8. Yeah, Drew, not a great game there in that case. Should that score be accurate? I'm sure it is. Drew's not going to feed us lies.
What was the score?
Tied at 8, Oshkosh West and Fond du Lac. Let's see if
That's a little
matters.
bit surprising.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Neither team will be in the playoffs, so that figures, I guess, in that case. Tied at 8.
Fond du Lac? Yeah.
Fond du Lac's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. You know, they got Braylon Allen in the NFL now. He came through like a rolling thunder coming through there. Remember, he played the 6 games in the spring and then 10, 11 games in the fall. He played almost a 20-game schedule in a calendar year.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough to do. He's a tough dude, though, and he's got a new teammate now, Devontae Adams. So Braylon's got a new teammate.
You know, I have Braylon Allen in a fantasy football league where you get to keep him for many years.
Oh, sure. How many do you keep? 3 or 4 every year?
This is a league where you do all positions except kickers. So like even defensive players.
Oh.
So my roster is 36 guys.
Wow.
With salary cap and like all this stuff.
That's too involved for me.
It's tough.
Involved.
I'm not great at it.
From the Department of Errors and Omissions, I said River Falls on Division 1. They're Division 2 this year. Division 2. But fighting like crazy to get in the playoffs in Division 2 right now. And maybe winning that fight. Maybe. Again, one of the situations, they're going to need a couple of teams to lose that were scheduled to win, it looks like. But you never know. Never know. Here's Mosney trying to do something here before the half, and he got slammed down there. Some of that hate coming out. And not hate. Some of that dislike coming out.
Yeah.
I don't know if they hate them, but they certainly are told to dislike them. They're told to, because those communities are far enough apart where those kids likely don't know each other.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like Rhinelander Anago, right?
Hold on, Trevor. Rewind this about 10 seconds for me. Yeah. Okay. Just want to show the folks. We were talking about concessions earlier, and there it is. It's street taco night in Abbotsford, and there are a lot of folks lined up. You can get street tacos, burritos, quesadillas, nachos. It's Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
Quesadilla.
Yeah.
There it is, though. And Tom King and Rachel are over there. And Tom was mentioning, he was the one who reminded me. I reminded Rachel like 5 times this week about it. See if anybody in the stands got some street tacos. There are a lot of blankets. It's not that cold out, is it?
Well, I tell you what, that sun goes down and it gets pretty chilly quick right now.
Well, yeah, there's no blanket. There's no clouds keeping the heat in. But I didn't think it was that good. They only have sweatshirts and a lot of blankets. She's got her hands in her pockets like he's got his shoulders all scrunched up like that.
I know.
Cold.
We were in Abbotsford, though. Was it Labor Day weekend? It might have been Labor Day weekend. It was cold. It was like, I think it was week 3. We were up in Abbotsford.
Sounds right.
And
against Iola.
It was really cold that night.
It was. It was the first cold day of the year.
Yeah. It was probably 45 degrees, but the north wind that was really had a bite to it.
Well, it's 56 right now. Feels like 56, so there must be no wind outside.
Abbotsford may be different.
I don't know.
I mean, they look cold.
They do. That's what I'm saying. They do. It says a southern wind, so that's usually warm. 6 mile an hour. It's not very much, but
Yeah.
Okay. What's Mosley going to try to get accomplished here? A touchdown would make it a little interesting to start the second half. We could be staring at 28-44. Then it's a 2-score game going into the half. Clock's running down though. What's going on here? Okay, we haven't stopped it yet. It did stop. We just didn't stop it yet. But so timeout. Mosney will get a 4th and 12. Need a first down and out of bounds.
Yeah, so this is interesting. It depends how much time is on the clock.
Yeah.
Like if it's really 6 seconds, then it's fine. But if it's more like 12 or 15, then you probably have to punt it. Because I don't know if you want Medford to have another play.
Because you're on their 40.
It looks like it's about midfield maybe.
40-ish where they kick from the 35. So yeah, you're on the 38. Yeah, it's one of those awkward spots to be in.
Because Medford feels like Medford can score whenever they want to.
I don't think they've punted yet.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. Got Oregon 21, Purdue nothing. Oregon a big win on Saturday, beat Ohio State.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting, and the NCAA quickly changed the rule. Do you see that?
Oh, they did change the rule? I didn't
Yeah.
see that part, though. Yeah. Well, because a defensive penalty stops the clock.
Well, yeah, so now you can take the 5-yard penalty or get the seconds back.
Oh,
Because
well, you'll always take the time back then.
Right. But Ohio State couldn't do that.
Not then.
Because
that
then it
wasn't the
ticked down
rule.
to like 6 or 7 seconds,
Right.
and then the next play took exactly that amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you were willing to give up 15 yards, you could take away 3 plays of time.
Yeah.
And then maybe have zeros on the clock.
And the Oregon coach came out and said, "We did it on purpose. We practiced."
He
this."
did say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I last heard, there was some speculation if he did it on purpose. It looked like he did.
Well, he said he did it on purpose.
It looked like he did.
Like who knows? I mean, kudos to him. If that's the rule.
Yeah.
Put 17 people out there.
Well, think of in the NFL. Think of all the rules that coaching decisions made by Bill Belichick and the Harbaugh, Baltimore Harbaugh. All the rules that were changed because of things that they were able to discover in the rules.
What do you think about the Tom Brady being an owner and saying that Bill Belichick should coach the Raiders?
Well, he can say that now, and the thing I think that caused me concern right away is for his broadcast career, and he hasn't overwhelmed as a broadcaster to this point. It's so-so. It's so-so.
He's there for his name.
It's kind of like you would expect. If you'd ever heard Tom speak outside of football, you kind of knew this was coming. But the thing is, now because he's affiliated with the team, unless it's the Raiders, he is no longer allowed to go to practices, interview coaches, or get, obviously I can get game film on my subscription stuff, but all the things that he's not allowed to do that he needs for the broadcast. So that'll be, that was the thing that crossed my mind, is how much longer he'll be in the booth, and maybe it's a 1-year deal only.
Yeah, and
he'll be missing out on a lot of information. These guys really need to attend that Thursday practice each week. So they know what's going to happen, because that's when you install the offenses on Thursday, and those guys need that as the broadcast crew, so they know what they should be talking about come game day.
Yeah.
And he's not allowed to be there anymore, so that's interesting.
And what's really interesting is that your Dallas quarterback buddy, who's in the booth now, really upped the game for NFL players jumping into the box.
He's fantastic, too.
Yeah.
Just fantastic.
For sure.
Go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, Fox was trying to capture lightning in a bottle there, but everybody who has ever listened to Tom Brady in his press conferences and his on-field interviews, it's very to the point. It's not interesting.
It's not interesting, no. It's very bland. Yeah, in the first 3 seasons, Tony Romo with Jim Nantz, what I liked most was that Tony was telling me things that I didn't know, which is tough. Not necessarily about me, but just as an advanced, better than a novice football fan.
He's reading the defense, and
and he took his abilities as a really all-star quarterback and brought them to the broadcast booth. But towards the end of that 3rd year, through the NFL, they told the network to tell Tony to stop,
knock it off,
to stop being so knowledgeable, right?
Yeah.
And and maybe he did take it a little too far, but he was just talking about what he knew. But he was telling you the play that they were going to run out of the formation and the motion. And again, he was at practice on Thursday, so he knew.
Yeah.
But because of his previous skill set, being an NFL quarterback at a high level, he really was able to grasp it better than, say a color guy who was a defensive guy or whatever it was. And so, but I really appreciate it. They've neutered him to a point, but he's still really good to listen to. He's excited about the game. Yeah. He's excited about what's going on and brings the enthusiasm. Tom Brady has no enthusiasm.
Yeah, and
Not yet.
I've been thinking about this a little bit, and we were around in the golden age of broadcasting.
Boom!
Right? Yeah, we had Madden, we had the awesome Monday Night Crew, right, with Dan Dierdorf and Al Michaels and Gifford.
Yeah. Later on, Dennis Miller. I thought he was great when he was on.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't like him. I thought he was great.
Yeah, I agree with that. We had Madden and Summerall together.
Oh, Pat. Yeah.
And now they're in it for the money, right? So Al Michaels probably time to hang it up. Is what I would say. Yeah. But now instead of having really good voices on a random Sunday, now they're on some sometimes crappy Thursday night football game or Monday night football game where it's like man, you're just kind of wasting on this.
Right, because Amazon comes in the game and they give these guys a big check and they go.
Yes.
Right?
And like I don't blame them.
Yeah.
But as a fan, like people aren't really watching the Thursday night games.
Yeah, NBC had some good announcers as well. You know, Dan Fouts was pretty interesting to listen to. Don Crickey, and others on that network. The one is name's on the tip of my tongue, but more of a golf announcer, but he's pretty good at football too.
Nance?
No. It'll come to me later when it's absolutely not prudent at all to say. They were really good all the way across the board. Even TNT with Mike Patrick and Joe Thiesman. It was his real last name, Thiesman. Yep. They, maybe a little known story to some, but he had changed the university, Notre Dame, had changed the pronunciation guide. They were trying to help him in any way to win the Heisman, and changed the pronunciation guide. As a freshman, sophomore, junior, he was Joe Thiesman. In his senior year, they changed the pronunciation guide to say Theismann, and Theismann for Heisman.
The Tigers on the board.
Yeah, well, okay. So Spash 21-6 at halftime over Marshfield. But third quarter, start of the second half, Marshfield has come all the way down the field and scored. Extra point pending, and they're going to bring this back to a one-score game with the extra point. It's 12 going on 13, maybe. We'll find out. Yeah, nice kick. They do have a good kicker over there. Yeah. So 21-13, Spash Marshfield duking it out over at Gerke Field.
Trevor put on the Iola Auburndale game for us.
That's the best way because that Pittsville business was bad news.
Yeah, they might be home already.
Probably. Or you know what? The JV kids can go home. Right? The seniors can go home. Yeah. The JV kids can take the field. Or the seniors can go sit in stands in the student section with their girlfriends and watch the rest of the game. Well, we can go on and on with these things.
Well, the seniors are going to play because this is it, right? This is the last football.
Could be their last football game, though. Really, man, we're gonna have to start crunching some numbers here soon on Pittsville. Soon. I'm not ready for it yet. I'm gonna do a bathroom break in the next 10 minutes, and then we'll start crunching some numbers on that Pittsville deal there. We may not have enough of the other scores yet, but we'll start the process. Because Pittsville's right on the edge, just on the razor's edge of making the playoffs right now. They need a couple teams to lose right now.
They need some 3-win teams to lose.
Yeah. And then again, the reward is you'll get beat by Edgar 50-0 next week.
Or they really need some 2-win teams that were projected to win and get that third win to lose. Right. That's what they really need.
Not get the third win and a couple of threes not to move to the automatics.
Yeah. And I mean, there is an alternate reality somewhere where a lot of these 2-win teams that are projected to win, like Lakeland, for example. Although Tomahawk would also get in, but some of these 2-win teams are like, they're going to win, they're going to get to 3. They don't get to 3. Yeah. And maybe the bar goes far enough down where a 2 gets in. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, it was one of the teams I could probably get reminded by looking at it, but at this point it doesn't matter who it was, but there was a 3-win team that Pittsville would beat in the tiebreakers. But if that 3 goes to a 4, then they can't beat them anymore in the tiebreaker. Yeah. Which is a weird thing, right? But the team, had a pretty easy game, it seemed like, and Pittsville right on the razor's edge. But again, the reward is getting running clock by Edgar next week. So
what would really help us out is if these coaches got their scores in right away.
Oh man, you're not kidding me. Now, because of video, we know a lot of them, so we have an advantage. Every year it gets a little better, even though the huddle cameras aren't great. And even though it doesn't show us the Colby score in WIAA, we can at least know who won and lost by looking at the last couple seconds of a video, usually. Okay, so new in the chat, Auburndale leads Iola Scandinavia 21-15 in Auburndale. Close game, one-score game. Auburndale, by and large, on the season, 7-1, have been able to just road grade over their opponents. The only one they couldn't do it on was Edgar.
Edgar they just didn't play well that night.
They didn't play extremely well. Edgar's, I mentioned this a number of times, such a good tackling team that you can't just move up and down the field in Edgar because they'll tackle you every play. There are no breakaway runs against Edgar. They're just going to tackle you every play. But other than that, Auburndale's just been able to just maul up and down the field. But Iowa maybe has a little something for them tonight. Maybe.
Both teams are in the playoffs.
Both teams are in no matter what.
Yep.
Auburndale with a win in our math, which again it's the same math, gang. Essentially the same math that WIAA uses, is locked into the 3. It was Iola that was a 5, and maybe some movement could get them a home game. It didn't look like it, but
we're looking at Iola, or
yeah.
we're looking.
Well, let's start with Iola. They'll be in right there. Okay. Oh, they were on the 4 line. Okay. And I was told earlier that Lawrence won, so Iola probably needs the win then. Could need the win to stay ahead. Otherwise, they would travel over to Fond du Lac instead of staying home next week for their first round playoff game.
Yeah.
What I see here.
And Auburndale's 6.
Drew was telling us stuff earlier. Lords 1. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're 4 and 3. Okay. Very good. Yep. And that's okay. You go ahead, Dan. I'm going to enlighten here a little bit. A reminder that the teams that are qualified for the playoffs have done just that and only that. They have qualified for the playoffs. The record of your favorite team or fill-in-the-blank name team has nothing to do with their playoff seed. Nothing to do. Unless you're 9-0, then you'll be a 1 seed. But even at that, it's still the same answer. The seeding math, which has to do with your strength of schedule. In football, it really comes down to strength of schedule. I guess all of them, but more so in football because of so few games being played compared to basketball, for example. So just know that. You're going to see teams with less wins be seeded higher than teams with more wins. And now that I've told you this, it won't confuse you anymore, and you won't message us overnight and tomorrow morning or during our coaches show as to why that happened. The level of the competition that those teams played. So let's just say a 7-win team is a 5 seed and a 5-win team is a 3 seed. Well, that 5-win team has beat and played better competition than the 7-win team. And that's all it comes down to. So just make sure that you know that when you go to bed tonight. That your team's in the playoffs, and that's great. But their record doesn't have anything to do other than the wins and the small part of the winning the games. But their record doesn't correlate to their seed. The level of competition you played correlates to your seed.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier in the pregame show, I guess it worked.
Yeah, our leading 50 minutes.
Yeah. We talked about the volleyball coaches and the Big Rivers and how Marshfield didn't fight the way that they could have as conference champion.
They should have had me in their guest speaker. I would have got Marshfield a 3 seed.
Tomorrow or tonight when the brackets are made, there's a chance.
You got to wonder, Mike, now, if this game kind of gets out of hand.
You lost 14 on that. Wow.
You know, if you're Coach Erickson, I mean, we get a late in the third quarter and say it's 35-15 or something like that. Are you going to
and beat 2 really good teams? So, conference championships, they mean nothing. Undefeated conference champs does mean something.
Yeah, if you're undefeated, and obviously you'll be a conference champ. It's in the tie-breaking procedure that every effort will be made to place you in a bracket to give you the 1 seed. Your seed score will also be high because you beat everybody. Yeah. You've got the 9-0 on the one side, even though it's a smaller weight of the overall equation, your win-loss record. It's still enough where your seed score is also going to equate to being a top seed anyway. But to Dan's point, a 7-2 conference champion could and will probably see it at least once be seated under a team that had 5 wins.
Yeah, I think it was last year. Edgar was 8-1. They had a better seed score than I think it was Boyceville.
They did.
Right? But Boyceville was an undefeated conference champion.
They were 9-0.
So even though Edgar had a better seed score, they still had to go to Boyceville in level 3.
Right. So yeah. So I'll put that on.
It's a perfect example.
It's a perfect example, right? Yeah. Because Edgar played better competition. Boyceville's strength of schedule wasn't very impressive at all.
No.
Edgar played better competition. The seed score was higher, but because the tournament rules are crystal clear on this, that an undefeated conference champion will be placed above everybody else. Unless in the same corner of the state there are 3 undefeated conference champions, then you 2 are going to be in the same bracket. You can't travel 2 teams to the, if you're in
the opposite corner
Grantsburg,
of the
you can't send them to Madison. That's okay. So they're not going to do that. But in that case, Edgar, Boyceville, pretty similar geographically, overall speaking, right?
Sure. Relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking, and so the hand of God. But in this case, because of the rule, but the Tom Shafransky, the WIAA commissioner, and his team, they take Boyceville from the 2 line and they put him on the 1. They take Edgar from the 1, put him on the 2 because that's what the rules say, and then they get slotted as such.
Yeah, and honestly, Boyceville was the weakest undefeated conference champ because there was 4 of them last year.
They were, yep.
And they put the top number 2 seed and put them with it. That's what they do in March Madness.
Makes total sense, right?
Yeah.
You balance out that bracket. Balance it out.
And the better team won.
Okay, so we've got action in Abbotsford. Falcons with the ball. JV Castillo, perhaps? I used to know some of these names. And I just had said Edgar tackles on every play. Wildcats, you're letting me down. What a run, though. What a run.
So I think all of Abbotsford's touchdowns have been these kind of runs.
I said JV Castillo. Let me see if I was right, man. I called one game. I saw another. Let's see if I know anything. They didn't score in that play?
No.
Okay.
Looks like they will in this one.
Here's the run. There,
Maybe
Dan's
not.
watching.
Oh, yeah, he's in.
Okay, so it tightens up a little bit over there. Abbotsford putting on a good show.
Yeah, Abbotsford's going to kick the extra point to make
So
it
that
5.
was Irvin Aguilera. JV Castillo was last year. All right. Irvin Aguilera with the big run broke all the tackles of those sure tackling Wildcats. And then Emilio Escalera looked like ran it, or it may have been Chase Bowler. Chase Bowler ran it in, it looks like. Okay, 1-score game in Abbotsford on Street Taco Night.
Yeah, I see my T-Birds are still locked in a scoreless battle. Man.
They makes the extra point here, and 2 field goals wins it.
Just
I said
enough.
they play soccer quite well in Abbotsford, so I never doubted that extra point was going to be successful.
When we were up there week 3,
Yep.
the coach said, we have kickers. We have 2 of them. We have 2 really good kickers.
Yeah, probably 6, but 2 were the better ones. Yeah. Still no score here, Dan.
I know.
In Tomahawk. No score.
Nothing really happening.
No score. Although Trevor changed it here, so no, never mind. I thought he was foreshadowing something.
I know. I
for
was
us.
kind of excited.
Yeah. Now it's Tomahawk in deep.
Hey.
Here's Wausau West on the run.
Whoa.
And the Warriors score, and we might have a tie game. Extra point would tie it. Who do we have there? 19. Let's get some names here. And for rosters, use WISports for rosters. I could use valleystats.org for this one, but I don't want to have to go to every single conference page
That was
every
a
time I
great
look
run.
up a name.
That was fantastic.
So if you're looking for good rosters, WISports will help you out. Cooper Dupuyt. Cooper Dupuyt? Dupuyt? How do you say that French name there? Dupuyt? Dupuyt? Depute. Cooper Depute. Boy, oh boy. Murdered it. Just murdered it. 5'9" junior.
Yeah.
Is Cooper. And tie game.
We see it all the time. Really good runners, you can't just arm tackle them. You can't.
No, and that's in Edgar, and they'll get scolded. I'm sure they're being scolded right now. But they were attempting to tackle Aguilera by his shoulder pads.
Yeah.
That's not going to work, and they know that's not going to work.
A really big play in the Wapaka game. Wapaka is putting it on Xavier right now.
All right. Well, so the Comets are they're technically on the bubble.
Yeah, maybe it's a turnover.
But it's a bit of a it's a bit of an upset though. Bit of an upset in the making. Not a large upset. Sure, fumble.
Yeah.
Scoop it up.
Scoop and score. Look at the coaches running with
Nice. Number 5. See, I wished he would have done the Deion high step there. That would have capped it off for me. He probably doesn't know Deion Sanders. Doesn't know him as a football player. He maybe knows him as a coach.
It's like Edgar last year where they're high-fiving on the way to the end zone.
Yeah, that was against Boyceville. That was against Boyceville.
That extra point did not look very good.
All right, let's see number 5 here now. We'll go 5 for Wapaka. How about Jay Card? Jay Card's a 5'10" sophomore, scooping it up. He says he plays outside linebacker. I tell you, man, 5'10", 160 is not much of a linebacker size, but Edgar is going to respond. Big touchdown there from
Headbutting his teammates.
Maverick Butt.
Maverick Butt.
I was going to say Madison.
Well, it's the same number as Carter.
Yeah, I was going to say Madison, another brother.
Yeah.
We went up to Hurley in a regular season game, and sorry, bad memories here, Edgar fans, for you, but we saw Madison get ejected from a game.
Yeah.
Quarterback got tossed
Yeah.
for giving him the business out of bounds.
Give him the business. You're not wrong.
And Madison's laughing about it now, I'm sure. He's grown man now laughing about it. It is funny looking back on it. They lost that game, though.
They did.
So
They
not helpful.
Lost twice to Hurley.
Not helpful when you lose your quarterback and you go on to lose that game.
Had to go to Hurley twice in one season.
You think about that. If they beat Hurley that year, probably Hurley coming to Edgar. So quarterback shouldn't have got tossed.
It's true, but Coleman was really good that year.
You can say all kinds of things, right?
Coleman was really good.
If this, if that.
I do remember that Travis Wilson had to drive up to Hurley for that level 3 Coleman Hurley game.
It's a long drive from
It was a running clock game.
Southern Wisconsin.
He went all the way up there for like a 40-point game.
Long drive from Southern Wisconsin.
We love you, Travis.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's just west of Dane County. It's a long ways to go. Okay, so back to that Wapaka scoop and score, though. So 27-3.
Crazy.
A mild upset there. Because Xavier is, again, they're both 3-3 in conference, but you see the overall record. So Wapaka now locking themselves in the playoffs. You can't get them out no matter what. And I was about to look up their seed, what we had in our bracket.
What division
you've got
was it?
them there. Well, they're always I think they're 4, but they very well could be 3.
I saw them. It's probably 3 because I saw them.
Then they are 3. Yep, they are 3. Let's take a look at those comets. There's a comet right now, observable by the human eye in the atmosphere. So it's kind of a comet year if you think about it like that.
Here you go.
We got a score? You got to be kidding me.
Come on.
Come on.
Don't be a turnover score. Going deep.
Seems a huddle camera, right? Okay, we did get to see it. All right, well, they're moving the ball anyway.
Yeah, well, they've been inside the 20 before.
Wapaka Division 3. Is that what you're on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
They were like a 6 seed or something, I thought. They were on the road for sure when we last had that projection out there.
Maybe they're not 3.
Well, they are on this list. 1, 2, 3. Maybe Mike slipped them in 4?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd see it on here.
Too bad it's not it is a PDF because you can't. Or it's a picture. You probably can't search.
Goal to go from the 2.
Okay, here come the T-Birds. Just under 4 minutes left to play in the third quarter.
Division 4.
Well, there could be some controversy there. I suppose that may have changed. Tell you what, we'll go to Wis Sports' Travis Wilson, and we'll see where he believes the Comets, and he believes the Comets are in 3. But they're right, or they're the second to last team in 3, so they're on that border. So by the end of tonight, they could be in Division 4.
Yeah, who knows?
But Travis believes they are Division 3. Travis, though, believed they were going to lose this game. And right now they're winning. So he had them in regardless on tiebreaker. And then Xavier, he had Xavier winning. Xavier losing, so here's where it gets interesting, right? So Xavier losing gives one more slot to a Division 4 team, or moves everything one spot. Yeah, I don't know if they lose. So if he's got them slotted for 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, see, 4 is where we don't have many opportunities. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 spots for 13 teams. If Xavier loses, I don't think they're getting a spot. I think it's just too tight a competition. We'll go through the tiebreakers later. We're getting close to that time, though. We're getting close to breaking some ties around here.
I like it.
Tanner says Mosley's going to lose in the playoffs like always.
Well, there's only one team wins state.
There is one at the end.
Auburndale. off left tackle.
Yeah. Auburndale has scored since we last checked in. They lead by 13 now, and looking for more. They've got second and goal coming up.
Yeah, just didn't show up against Edgar this year. And there is something because Edgar has beaten them.
Is that a mental situation?
Could be.
Maybe? Yeah.
Could be. Auburndale, very good last year, too, and thought that maybe they could get Edgar, and Edgar did not let that happen.
Okay. Well, here's Auburndale again. I think they're solid on that 3 line, which is good for a home game.
Yep. You'd love to get the 2 seed somehow, but...
Throw to the end zone, and the Eagles have scored again.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be tough to come back with just 14 minutes of gameplay left.
This is going to help their seed
Seabirds.
score, though. I mean, you're beating a 6-3
Yep.
team.
Yep.
So that gets added to it.
All right. I'll look. Don't have to cry about it. Let's see. We do a little of these. Whoops.
Just interesting.
No, it is. It really is. That's why we're here doing the show for you, gang.
Mosini is not done yet.
You know, it'll help their score. Now, I don't know how Onalaska Luther played tonight, but they're 3 full points behind Luther. That's a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah.
But if Luther lost, then we're talking about something. Or if Bonduelle lost, that's what it's going to come down to move up to the 2 line.
That's Division 6.
Yeah.
I think they're on the bottom. Yeah,
So Bonduelle lost. That could be something.
Trevor, try to see if you can find a Bonduelle score.
Excellent idea.
Because,
well, let's see.
because
Here, I can
that's who
help
they'd
out
have
with
to
this.
jump, probably.
Hang on, Trevor. I can give you a head start on it. Also, Wiz Sports does a
I've
great
got a
job.
score.
Okay, go ahead.
Bonduelle up 35-20.
Okay.
So 35-20, and they're playing Sturgeon Bay.
Is it at Sturgeon Bay? Because that is...
No, it's at Bonduelle.
Okay.
That's in the 4th quarter.
One of the things that Wiz Sports does really that I enjoy, and we're included on it, so I suppose that helps a little bit. But they link known streams on their score page, and so they have a huddle camera over in Bonduelle. All right, well, we'll see if it's behind a utility pole or if it's chasing cheerleaders down the sideline. Because it just goes, right? It's a computer just pointing that camera anywhere. It just goes wherever it wants. But, okay, let's see. Yeah, 35-20. 10 minutes left to play in the 4th. So it's a 2-score game, not out of the question. I don't know who has the ball. Looks like Bonduelle's got the ball.
Bonduelle's got it.
Okay. All right, so tough for Sturgeon Bay to make a comeback. So Auburndale looks, based on what we know now, probably going to stay on that 3 line. The last year of handwritten seating, I'll call it, which was 2019. I remember Auburndale, Coach Janderson that year, I was there on that day of practice before the season began where they were kind of hammering out some season goals, team goals, and the goal that year was we want to host a home game. So Coach was saying, give me a good enough resume to go into the other coaches and let's host a home game. Well, they did. They were the 4 seed that year. And they won 2 playoff games. They made it to a level 3.
Yeah.
Out of that. So sometimes, point being here, we'll get around to the point. Hosting a home game sometimes can catapult your team through the playoffs.
Yeah.
Just that one game at home, just that one extra home game, can mean all the difference because you go through all the hubbub on senior night and you're kind of gonna miss the place and whatever. Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, we get to play here again. All right, so you get a little extra pep in your step sometimes. So it's important, and you're more likely to win a home game.
Yeah, and at a lot of these small schools, the players are playing all the sports, right?
Oh yeah.
And we saw Bonduelle basketball last year in a Division 4 sectional final lose to a really good marathon team last year.
They were. Yep.
And there were a lot of sophomores and juniors.
Yep.
So that Bonduelle basketball team is loaded this year.
Well, they ended up going to state in baseball.
Yeah.
So next season, same kids go to state in baseball.
Yep.
Here they are, a 2 seed in football, and basketball season upcoming. So it can really catapult. I didn't know they played commercials in the huddle deal, but I guess so. Which is a really bad idea because look, we could be going in for a game-winning touchdown, and they're on a 2-minute commercial break.
That's true.
That's horrible.
That's true.
What in the world?
wait.
Well, see, now it came back, but yeah. And then it says,
was
"Do you want to rewind to where you missed?" So, but that's a bad deal.
It's all computers automated and stuff.
Yeah. I won't mention the name, but an athletic director called me frantically during the summer. This is all reminding me now of what's
Medford's
happened.
back in the end zone.
Shocker. It called me frantically about Huddle. They've changed. Well, what happened now that I've been reminded of this is Huddle, a lot like NFHS, gave the schools two options. You can pay nothing, and we own everything about your broadcast, and we can play commercials and do everything else because we got to make money somehow. So we can give it to you for free, but we're going to play a bunch of commercials. Or you can get, so they kind of hold them ransom in a way. Or you can pay us money, and we'll keep you commercial free. Well, I don't know many or any schools that are going to pay for that, and so you're gonna miss live action. But it's Huddle's a for-profit business. That's one thing I like about how we do it
Most
here.
are.
But one thing I like about how we do it here, unless it's unless the school internet goes out or a computer falls down the bleachers or something, which can happen.
Which has happened.
We're not going to play a commercial over the top of your game. That's not, we don't do that.
We will stop the commercial. Like if
we've made a mistake and played it accidentally, yeah, we'll just quit it and come back. We're not going to let you miss any action. Here goes Chippewa Falls down the field again, a big touchdown, and the Cardinals are going to the playoffs in 2024. The decision desk has put the Cardinals in. Well, it's going to be 27-0.
I've seen enough.
I like how the score counts by ones when it goes up. I like that. That's homemade fun.
Tuesday night, I was at the Wausau West volleyball game.
Yeah.
And after every game, they had to go down.
To reset it back to 0?
Like, I'm sure
Not
that
ideal.
there's a button, but whoever's
but the
running it
scorekeeper
doesn't
didn't know how to work it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to push this like 50 times.
Well, usually under the box, there's this little drawer that pulls out, and there's a cheat sheet right on there. But you got to read it all and know what it all means. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you slide it back in and you're done.
Well, it's just all volunteers, and they're just trying to get through it. Well,
I
it looks
know.
like Tomahawk scored.
Somebody's mom or dad is in there helping out. Because if they weren't, you'd have no score at all. 7-6. So missed the extra point to the Hatchets. The clock was running, but they were lining up for a kickoff. I don't know why that could be. What's going on now here? Xavier would need to have a comeback for the ages. And they just scored, right? They had 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We saw Stevens
It's just
Point.
bad defense.
Yeah, really bad. Let him in, basically. We saw Stevens Point mount a fourth quarter 21-point comeback last week. That guy has no shirt on. Mount a, what do you got there, Florida State and Duke?
Yeah. It's a fan in the stands with the headphones and a looks like he has like a restaurant menu, but it looks like a play sheet.
Oh, I see what's going on there. Well, much different than Abbotsford, where they're bundled in coats and blankets.
Well, they're in North Carolina, right? It's warmer.
You know what? We were watching the news this morning, and they were voting in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they were lined up outside, and they all had coats on. And Rachel and I were kind of laughing at them. It was 36 degrees at 9 a.m. in Asheville, North Carolina.
It doesn't even get that cold in winter.
It was colder there than it was here. And rightfully so, they had coats on. That guy has almost nothing on.
Florida State is terrible this year.
So anyway, I was saying, so Stevens Point had an unheard of 21-point comeback in the fourth quarter last week. Ended up losing it in overtime on a blocked extra point.
Do you have an update on the Marshfield score?
I can give you one.
14.
Oh, yeah. Panthers running away with it. Well,
So,
you can't score, man. It's a big problem. Yeah,
the Smash Everest Dream is still alive.
I'd say it's really alive.
Yeah.
It is so close to happening. It's so alive.
Oh, man. Oh. Florida State, they were a preseason top 10 team. They're going to be 1-6.
I'm sure you know this, right? But week 2 or 3, some fan on X said he'd eat a cup of poop if they lost, and he still hasn't ate his dog poop. Well, that's why you don't say stupid things like that. Here's the issue, though, for that Smash Everest matchup, Dan. Hudson Raiders putting it on the Rice Lake Warriors, 35-12.
Wow, that is really surprising.
On the road, Hudson on the road. a mild upset, but it's in conference, so who knows? Anything can happen. Here's Wausau West in the third quarter. Final seconds of the third quarter.
River Falls really needs this.
Yeah.
Really needs this win. West
Reverse
Point.
pivot, play action, touchdown, Warriors. Okay. The Rice Lake Warriors looking for a comeback throw to the end zone is a touchdown for Rice Lake. So it's going to be 35-18, but just 4 minutes left. It's over, right? It's over. You'd have to have 4 onside kicks recovered.
What do you think about this new onside kick strategy of having the punter drop kick? I've seen it a couple times now.
Yeah, I mean you got to figure out different ways to.
In the Illinois Purdue game last weekend, which was a wild game, Purdue.
It shouldn't have been.
No. Illinois was up by like 4 touchdowns. Purdue kicked an onside kick and punted it along the ground, and the ball like hooked perfectly. It was like he had the right spin, and it just went away. And they obviously practiced this because they didn't even go where the ball looked like it was going to go. They went to where it would curve to.
You know, once you get to the collegiate level, oh, here we got an update. So, extra point is blocked. Okay, so
You should be able to run it back.
still a whole quarter to play there. You got 12:22 left to play in the game. River Falls down by 6, so a touchdown, extra point could win it.
I'm a little
for
surprised that the
Warriors,
huddle camera
or the,
works there.
River Falls Wildcats. Yeah, 35-13 smash over Marshfield. So yeah, that one is you can dust that one off. And what that does for Marshfield is it pretty much locks them into the 8 seed.
Yeah, I thought Marshfield would.
Traveling to New Richmond.
I thought Marshfield would put up a bigger fight tonight.
Okay, we got a couple. Evan, what seed for Everest? It looks everything like a 4, Evan. Home game next week on Friday. And by the score we're seeing out of Rice Lake, it looks like Hudson will be coming to town. Which is interesting because Hudson has hosted DC Everest, I think, 2 of the last 3 years in the level 1 of the playoffs.
Everest almost upset them in the 1-8 game a couple years ago. We were there.
That's right. Yeah, had a safety.
Yeah.
Had a lead at half or a 1-point game at half.
I think they started with the safety. I think it started 2-0.
I think so. Yeah, so Evan, that's very much what it looks like. A home game against Hudson on Friday.
That's a tough game for Everest.
Yeah, a tough game, and then it's Kimberly waiting for you in a level 2.
The final out of Everest?
We can report that again. It was DC Everest 62, Eau Claire Memorial 22 last night, and all 22 and running clock in the second half for the Old Abes, who end their season. Comes to an end, and not a minute too soon for the basketball team.
In the fourth quarter, Kimberly 7, Appleton North 3.
Kimberly has played in some tight games this year. They beat Kakana last week in fairly convincing fashion.
Pack a touchdown.
Yeah, Comets score again. They're putting a stamp on their spot in the play. Okay, did we decide what seed the Comets?
They were 6.
6, okay. And I'm going to take a peek and see if they had any chance to move. Let's just see.
Do you know Watertown's mascot?
The Goslings.
You're right. I thought I was going to get you on that.
Nah. Child, please. Okay. Wapaka. No, that's Waupun.
I'm looking for a new Richmond score.
Okay.
Because they're trying to go
Be a
undefeated.
good score to have.
Yeah, they're trying to go undefeated in the Big Rivers.
Well, if you care about.
Yeah. Okay. So the Mustangs finally got on the board. So they'll end the season with a touchdown. See there. Yeah.
Maybe they get in. We'll see. We'll have to see.
I don't see it. Here's the thing though, Dan. Here's the thing. Wapaka does have some room to move. Can you show me the bracket again?
Sure. Absolutely.
They're really tightly bunched.
We said
in
they
that
were
bottom
a 4 for some reason.
in that middle third.
Well,
that's the thing, though.
We don't
right?
know if this is the right bracket.
We're not. Well, because they're right on that cut line between 3 and 4.
So 5 was Ellsworth.
5 is Ellsworth. Okay.
But it's probably the wrong. the seed score would still be the same if Ellsworth is in 4.
Yeah, so 486. So 486 is Wapaka's seed score. Yeah, the scores don't change depending on your division.
New Richmond's up 35-7.
Who are they playing?
Superior.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So New Richmond's going 9-0 in the Big Rivers.
Yeah, great season. Great
Yeah.
season. Okay, Ellsworth 547. So yeah, probably not quite enough room there for the Comets to climb up to a 5
And the
to
4 is Mosinee.
take on Mosinee. Of course, here at Zaleski Sports, we
That might
love
flip.
a Mosinee-Wapaka situation because
Save
it's
you some money.
two of our teams playing each other, and we would
Yeah.
save $250. But it looks like that's just a hill a little bit too tall to climb for the Comets. Now, again, that all could be thrown out the window depending where that cut line eventually comes. Again, we've got
Yep.
Wapaka as the second smallest in Division 3, so they could very easily end at the end of tonight, they could very easily be a Division 4 team.
Yeah,
Very
for sure.
easily.
So let's talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
Playoffs are starting next week in all sports.
Friday night? Oh, yeah, Tuesday for volleyball,
Yeah.
soccer, yep. Mhm.
And there's probably some fans and maybe some school administrators that would be interested in Zaleski Sports broadcasting playoff games.
Yeah, they might be.
How do they go about doing that? Because it's a little bit different than the regular season.
Yeah. Well, what we have, we've done a number of times, and every season we do it. If we have an available crew, and we probably will next week, it's the second and third weeks that we usually don't. We're into sectional soccer and volleyball, level 2 in the playoffs, so we skip a lot of first level 1 football games because of the blowouts that are bound to happen, and advertisers don't like the game being done in the second quarter. So we usually have a crew available next week or two, and so what we'll do is we'll share that cost with the competing schools. Or perhaps the host school will share it with them, and so we're more than happy to do that. Just go to the website, zaleskisports.com, click Contact Us, and start the process there.
Yeah, so the playoff games, it's a $250
$250 to us. Yeah.
to us, plus staff, right?
Yeah, and the good news, sorry, you got more to say, but the good news is for the school, on your reimbursement sheet, you get $72.50 back on the $250 we spend. So you get a reimbursement out of our cash, which makes it easier for you to afford us being there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got asked that at volleyball on last night.
Oh, well,
Right.
those two teams probably
Yeah.
shouldn't have asked you.
Yeah, I'm not saying it, but the point is that people are curious, right? Because they were watching, and we don't have a lot of Wausau West, Wausau East volleyball. Like, it's once a year, right?
Yeah.
And they were watching it in the stands,
Yep.
right? And they're excited to watch it again to see their kids play.
Yeah.
And they asked like how come we can't have more of these games, or are you guys going to broadcast our playoff game? And it's like, well, your school or someone has to contact Zaleski Sports, just talk, because there's a cost to a lot of it.
There is.
The talent needs money.
Yes, well, right. Well, they do. Staffing is always the number one concern.
Yeah.
We train, and we've trained everybody to do this job. We'll do it again, and we'll do it a million more times before this thing is all said and done. So that and we hire high school students to do the production work usually, and sometimes the play-by-play.
You pay them really well too.
But they do get paid well.
Yeah.
So number one thing is staffing, and then of course the number two thing is getting paid. So then the money, right? There's got to be money then to pay the staff. So they keep coming back, right? We can maybe get them in there once on a trial basis, but if you want them to keep coming back, so help us out with that. Moms, dads out there own businesses. We trade cash for helping you make more cash with advertising.
Yeah. It's actually a win-win when
Simple.
it works right.
Simple, and it works really well.
Yeah.
Really well. We have got hundreds of businesses across the state that advertise because it pays off. They're making more money selling their stuff because we tell you all to buy their stuff.
Yeah.
And you should. These are really good people because they're supporting the youth in your neighborhood by doing that.
Yeah, and there are some schools that just do the advertising themselves and make money doing it. Mm-hmm. Right? So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities.
A lot of options. We can do a site better than a huddle camera for you. Probably a lot better than a huddle camera for you.
It's really interesting. So
do the play-by-play.
this is River Falls broadcast?
Show me that
West?
again.
Because they have the
I'm not sure what's going on there. I wonder.
River Falls Channel.
yeah. So they took
They
go
usually
on the
have
road.
ads though, unless our banner is covering up their ads.
Yeah, I think the bottom might have ads.
Do you think they're using the
Oh.
Wausau West feed and just overlaying it,
Well,
or do they bring a camera on the road?
I don't know. Something. It looks like a huddle camera to me.
Turnover on downs.
Okay. All right. So Wausau West, big defensive stand. Still over 8 minutes left to play.
So River Falls will get the ball back.
River
You
Falls-
would figure.
Yeah.
You would figure. You know. Now the defense comes on and up to them to get the ball back. Auburndale in the finishing stages with 8 minutes to play, up by 20 over Iowa Scandinavia.
Edgar's up 13 with the ball, trying to run that clock down. You see the
They probably
quarterback.
will.
See the quarterback looking for that back judge to put his hand up.
This quarterback for Iowa, remember we called it, and that tall receiver there. They're a tough combo to defend against, and that quarterback can run like wild. Rice is his last name.
Jensen.
Or that's his first name?
No, this.
Oh, Jensen's the first name?
Yeah.
Jensen Rice. Yeah, and his receiver's a tall dude over there too. So
I want to look at this Auburndale bracket again because that's a dangerous team, I think.
all right, it's break time for me. Because when I come back, we're mathing it.
Oh,
We got math.
Auburndale, Bonduel, Coleman. That's tough, but they're gonna make noise. Abbotsford's in there too. Is this a turnover? No. Okay. Yeah, Edgar, 13-point lead with the ball. Under 4 to play. This second half has gone fast for that in that game. What quarter is that Lakeland Tomahawk game? Can you see? Is everything in the fourth quarter now?
Fourth quarter. I think there's like 2
Fourth
minutes
quarter.
left.
Wow.
This is crunch time here.
I like it. I'm going to get some pizza. Yeah, keep it on a game so that they don't see nobody at the desk. You want anything, Trevor?
Oh, no, thank you.
Stretch it out, Booty! Get warmed up!
It is just about time to math a whole bunch of stuff out. Go back to our roots of the red zone channel.
One more time, Hatchet fans. 4th and 9, ball on the 45.
Here for the Thunderbirds.
Why is Lakeland not punting?
There's 2 minutes left.
I know. Why?
What a question.
They're down.
This is what they come
Oh,
back
no,
to.
they're not.
Oh, they are punting. Like, if you're nursing a 1-point lead, why are you going for it on 4th and 9 in your own territory? All right, so the Hatchets are going to get the ball with 2 minutes left. They have to go. They got to get into field goal range to make the playoffs. They have a chance at the playoffs, I guess.
This is what we came here for tonight, right? For one of these scenarios,
It's time
and
to
here we
stand.
are.
We've been sitting a lot.
It is time to stand.
We've been sitting.
Yeah.
Here's an Edgar touchdown.
Wildcats.
Close.
Coach Sins.
Cause a camera rearrangement to happen.
Year 50 for the
Year
old
50.
man.
Year 50. By the way, magazines available. Marshfield Market is here. Medford Market is there. And Stevens Point Market
I don't have
is...
your camera up.
Oh.
All right.
Hey, there
Okay.
you go.
All right. Mosney Market. Medford and Marshfield. These are free Zaleski Sports headlines. Retailers all across those areas and those schools. You can find the retailers on social media. Just look on Facebook. You may have to look from Wednesday. I'll tell you. I can tell you this. Wednesday at 1:10. You look on Facebook and you'll see all the retail locations. All right.
For the
Pittsfield.
for the people that have not seen
Here's a final.
these magazines, for those that haven't seen it, Chippewa Falls, that's a good win.
So Chippewa Falls, congratulations. Best of luck in the playoffs. You have made it.
For those that have not seen these, man, look at that. For those that have not seen this, super high quality. The team does a really, really good job on it. Color photos. It really focuses on sports that are the what college says non-revenue sports, right?
Right.
Which is football and basketball. Obviously, that's in there, but a lot of focus on swimming, tennis, soccer, cross country, things that student athletes put a lot of time into, and sometimes they don't get the recognition that the football players do, the volleyball players do.
Yeah, most times they don't.
Yeah.
But not around here. Not on my watch.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, I'm going to need your help with some scores.
Absolutely.
In order to get through we promised the folks a Pittsville case study, so we will start it now. Okay, so my first
Well, we'll see.
score of interest. Yeah, well, like I said, most of them have at least some sort of a camera. We can
Yep.
maybe get some sort of score extrapolated from. Whitehall is my first one.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, it is that obscure, though.
Against Augusta.
Okay. Let's see what we have there. Yeah, probably got to.
Beavers.
Yeah, you probably got to sit through a commercial. So I'll help out on some of the others. So I need Melrose Mindoro. So what we're doing, gang, is we're determining all the other 3-win teams to pair with Pittsville, and we'll take you through the actual tie-breaking procedure. Now, see, now here's a school, Blair Taylor, that said, not only do we not want you playing commercials over our live broadcast, but we don't want anything. We want our people to have to purchase.
That's terrible.
That is terrible. Come on, Melrose Mindoro, the Mustangs.
This...
Killing me. That's all right. We'll find it somehow. What's up?
No.
Play.
Okay.
Okay, River Falls. Looking to get to 3. Looking to get to 3.
Who did Whitehall play?
I don't know.
Just had it.
Okay. Wow, what a cannon. What a hose on that guy. All the way down to the 25. And the receiver is staring down the defensive back who's writhing in pain on the ground. So aggressive. Well, it's they watch a lot of NFL. These kids, they watch a lot of NFL. All right, yeah, this is going to be the time of the show where things might get a little bit quiet, but we are aggressively searching out these scores now, so we're going to tell you the first one that we'll report on the tiebreaker is going to be Pittsville. We're going to tell you if they're in or not. Okay, so Melmin
This game looks like it's over.
is at Blair Taylor. Oh, it could be.
The guest 50-something. That must be Whitehall. Well, let's see.
Okay. All right, so Melrose Mindoro came in with 2 wins.
Yeah, Whitehall won.
Whitehall won. Okay. What's their so what? How many conference wins now for Whitehall, please? Well, probably 3, because I think I
3.
have them here. So that's 3? Okay, good. So we're going to add a 3 next to Whitehall.
Augusta is 0 for the season.
All right.
That's not going to help their score, but seed scores don't matter to make the playoffs.
Yeah, Blair Taylor 5-1 in conference. Melrose Mindoro 2-4. See if the yeah, that's that. They've got that feed locked down though.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, that's that.
Oh,
that's that bad one there. Yeah, see if they're on there. See if they're on the Xbox there. Shiocton. If anybody out there has got a Blair Taylor Melrose Mindoro score, let us know.
Just in case. No, there's nothing on here.
See the score stream.
I should open the
Shiocton
source.
must have played yesterday. October 17th. There actually turned out to be 11 games yesterday. I wonder, somebody must have moved games. Shiocton, they beat Pines. Okay.
Northern Pines?
Yep. I already got it. We're good there. How about Pecatonica Argyle?
Hold on, I'm looking.
Oh, you're looking at other
Yeah.
things? Okay. All right, I'll slow down.
I'm getting there. There is no score on score stream.
Boo.
Mindoro doesn't look like.
Looking for Melrose Mindoro, Blair Taylor. Let us know.
All right, what was the other one you wanted? What was the next one?
Pecatonica Argyle.
Pecatonica.
See if we've got a score there.
Southwest Wisconsin.
Yep.
You know what's good is that there is a stream for almost every game now.
Well, almost.
Yeah.
Holy, oh, okay. I'm like, that's going to be hard to read. So the guest. So Riverdale and Iowa Grant. So the guest won. Who's the guest? Iowa Grant. Okay, so Iowa Grant won. We're getting there. We only have a couple to go through, so this will be easy. So Iowa Grant goes to 4 wins. So that's okay. So they're a little easier. There's our friends from Wazeeka. Remember going there?
I do. A couple times.
Yeah, that's a long ways to nowhere. That's what we found out. But I'll tell you, 7-6 still. Tomahawk and Lakeland. Somebody's going to get to 3. We just don't know who.
Yeah, it's going to be tough until these scores start coming in. Beccatonica's with Argyle, is that right?
Yep.
No, there's not a whole lot on here for any of this stuff yet.
Yeah, well, just if we can get, like this one here is 30-7, so we can pretty much guess who's going to win. What I can't figure is they don't show guest or home on the scoreboard, so I don't know who's winning. That's a tough one, right?
Yeah, usually they put the home team first, but not always.
Not always. Okay.
Looks like the
well, blue and white. So
T-Birds win.
Wow.
7-6. What a game.
How about that?
All 75 T-Bird fans in attendance.
Here's a 4th and 2 Rapids trying to win a game this year.
Uh-oh.
Wow. What? Oh, throw a flag.
They did.
Yeah, they have to.
Throw a flag.
We have been to this field. It's in Eau Claire.
Oh, yeah. A lot of times.
Edgar final.
Edgar doubles up Abbotsford Conference champs. Hopefully we get a splash screen with that on there. The teams have been slow for that this year, I have seen.
Okay, I can't figure out who's blue and white over there. I thought Wazeeka was like green. Yeah, they're the Hornets. So
was it at Wazeeka?
It was blue and red. One team was blue, one was red. How can that be?
Doesn't make any sense.
Oh my gosh.
They're red.
See, they're red and white. So Wazeeka, could they be blue? Good Lord.
Wazeeka's green. Green and
Well,
white.
I know, but they weren't in that game. Well, okay, hold on here. They co-op with Seneca. What color is Seneca?
Seneca might be blue.
This shouldn't be this difficult. Yeah, okay, there's blue. Okay. Wow. Okay, so Wazeeka Seneca has won the game. I'm calling it. So where does that put them? See, gang, this is what we have to go through, and you wonder why we charge $5 a month because of this. This is not that easy.
Well, it's going to be really tough, right? Because even though they're in this division, there could be things that happen in the other divisions that move teams up and down.
Well, this is 7, so we're safe here.
Yeah, because it'll be the bottom.
Yeah.
The bottom 32.
Yeah, we're safe with calculating this one out.
Yeah.
Okay, how about New Lisbon? You tell me that one.
Well,
Palmyra Eagle. And I'm going to see if anybody else had... nope, no other comments for us.
Some of these scores are starting to come in, though.
Yep, we're at that point, I think.
Lisbon against Ithaca.
Oh, for the love of all things holy and good, there's no scoreboard on the screen! What? You give us a video feed, but you don't put a score on there. Oh, for the love of all things holy and good, there's no scoreboard on the screen! I just want to hear myself say that again. Oh, my goodness.
I like it when you go to the streaming page and it just goes to their homepage of, like, volleyball videos.
All right, now do I have? Yeah, there's no sound. There's no scoreboard. Oh, they finally showed the scoreboard. So somebody's moving the camera. Okay, at least it's not a huddle. Okay, so the guest is going to win the game. 28-7. So now we go back here. Okay, so Palmyra will not
Ithaca's
win.
in Richland Center? I didn't know that.
We learn all kinds of things. This is the learning hour here on the show. Okay, so they're out. Palmyra's going to stay as the 2. So we start to whittle these teams away. You're still looking for New Lisbon?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Ithaca, New Lisbon. It's like Ithaca 1.
Okay, here we got Memorial with the ball.
Rapids.
Well, this is Rapids.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do they look purple?
That should be Eau Claire North has the ball. Right?
Rapids wearing.
No, it's in Rapids, yeah. So they should be in dark.
I don't know what color
What?
it is.
Black?
Is it
Maybe
black?
it's black.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Do they have a kicker? I don't know.
Well, they got a boys soccer team. There's always a chance,
I mean,
right?
we watched the Marshfield Rapids game. Not a whole lot happening there.
Yeah.
Oh, for the win! Oh, out of
Caught
bounds.
it out of bounds. Caught it out of bounds.
It does look purple, doesn't it?
It doesn't look like their regular color, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Ethically sourced meat. Okay. Whatever
Perfect.
that's supposed to mean. Oh, no way. They still got a whole quarter left to play
That can't be right.
at Hilbert. Yeah, third quarter. Huh. Okay, well that's going to put a stop in our process. They got a whole quarter to play? They must have had a big injury or something. And it's 7-6, so the decision desk can make no call there. It's 7-6 against 2 teams I have no idea about.
Need more
Oostburg
data.
and Hilbert. And need more data is right. Another throw to the end zone. Oh, did he catch that one?
He's got it.
Touchdown! Touchdown with 2 seconds left.
2.7. See.
Yeah, they're wearing some sort of purple.
Yeah, that's a really good moment. Look at how happy that team is. They worked hard for 9 games ever since beginning of August.
You want to hear Steve call it?
Yeah.
We got all the lights going. Yeah.
11 seconds left. Richardson back under center. Back to pass. Rolling out to his right. Looking towards the end zone. It is caught. Did he catch it that time? Touchdown! Touchdown! Wisconsin Rapids! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Leo Rangel with the catch!
They're wearing red, white, and blue is what's going on there.
They're patriotic.
Yeah.
Patriotic uniforms.
We got
Yeah.
the police sirens going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can replay it.
They might arrest everybody in town if they get their first win of the year, because they're going to be partying all night in Wisconsin Rapids.
And can you make it big again so that we could?
Yeah.
See?
Let me just make sure nothing happens here.
Okay.
West has the ball.
West trying to run this one out here. It's 2nd and 7, and it's going to be 3rd down upcoming. There's no timeouts on this. Oh yeah, well, River Falls is going to call their final timeout here, you would assume.
Now we're the next play.
Well, right, they got to stop him again. I guess I would call right away. Because what if they fumble on the next play? And now you're missing those 25 seconds. I would call it right away. All right.
Out to his
What do I
right.
know?
Let me make sure Steve's off here.
Okay.
Looks like he's got it. Oh, I don't think he's in.
Go one back. Go back one. Oh, well. That's okay.
It looks like his first.
He's on the 1. I mean, he's on the 1 for sure, right?
Yeah,
So he
looks
caught
like
it.
He's got it right about there.
I mean, that next foot doesn't come down, but.
I mean, yeah, probably because his foot is at like the 1, but his body's in the end zone with the ball, right? I don't know. I mean, the official's not in the right spot to see it, so.
No, because the back judge is over here, and he's looking through 3 people. He can't see.
Yeah.
And
there's a guy
the side
probably
judge,
at the 20 or something.
Side judge is here, not in frame yet, so he's at least 25 yards out. Yeah, well, all right. Hey, congratulations, Wisconsin Rapids.
Yeah.
And they have for sure knocked Eau Claire North out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the Huskies because
they probably weren't getting in anyway. Yeah. They had a lot of tiebreaker math that seemed insurmountable, but now it's for sure.
Yeah,
it's a for sure. You lose and it's over. Okay, what in the world? I still can't believe that this game is.
It looked like they did call a timeout in the West game. They put time back on the clock. But West. Look at this guy and just wasting time. I like it.
Would you just look at him?
why didn't he just go in the end zone? They're not gonna score 13 points in 50 seconds.
Because he saw it on the NFL. Royal Cashin, one of the very few games tonight that has no video stream at all. Cashton. You know why? You know why? Because they got that stupid logo in Cashton that they stole from the Philadelphia Eagles. If you're going to take a logo, don't take the worst one in the NFL.
Royal won.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. If you refresh this, the scores will come up.
Oh, yeah, right there. 38-17. Okay, so Royal moves to 4 wins. Okay. All right, Smarty Pants, Turtle Lake.
You know what? I thought about trying to see if they wanted to be on with us, but that was the
Turtles.
That was the best.
Actually, they're the Lakers, right? Turtle Lake Lakers. Yeah. They should really be the Turtles.
They should.
You don't get many turtles as a mascot.
We have to. Yeah, but the mascot's is a turtle.
That doesn't make any sense.
No.
What does a Laker have to do with the turtle?
Not much. Well, it's Turtle Lake though.
This is all very confusing to me.
Who did they play? Webster. I got nothing here.
Okay.
They're still trying to find the closest internet to report it.
Yep.
We do have to bring the Turtle Lake coach on for the basketball coaches show, though.
Consider it done.
He checks in with me every couple months on Facebook.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It.
You made a new friend out of the whole transaction.
Yeah. I tried to get him on the show last year. Just wanted a Northwest school, small school. And he saw it on Monday morning after.
Yeah, that's what you told me.
Yeah.
Well, that'll learn you. Pay better attention to your email.
Wausau West wins.
Okay, so Wausau West has guaranteed them a spot in the playoffs. And with the 27-21 win over River Falls, the River Falls Wildcats are eliminated. Their season has come to an end tonight.
That might help some teams.
Mm-hmm. It will. It'll clear up, the jungle of tiebreakers.
I don't think
clear it up.
They were in here.
River Falls? Probably not.
Oh, was it? Yeah, River Falls.
Yeah, probably they were really on the outside looking in. They would have needed probably like 10 teams to lose or something like that.
A wing and a prayer.
Yep. Okay, so I'm looking for a Melrose Mindoro final, a Pecatonica Argyle, a New Lisbon, and a Turtle Lake. And that other game's in the just started the fourth quarter. But we'll go through the tie breaking on the rest of it because Pittsville only needs one spot to be open, not all of them. They only need one. And there are 2 teams that were on the cut line that didn't win. So Pittsville advances above the 2-win team. So 2 eliminated. And that's both Pacelli and Palmyra Eagle. They are eliminated tonight.
And all these teams had 1 win?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so they had already 1 or 0.
Pecatonica lost. Did you have that already?
No. Okay.
Yeah, they lost to River Ridge.
All right. So that's
56-8.
That keeps them at 2. Advantage Pittsville. So you see the math starts kind of, the field gets whittled down more and more. Okay. Yeah. So Melrose Mindoro played Blair Taylor.
We're still waiting on that one.
Yeah. And the New Lisbon Ithaca, and there's no video feed at all. So that's a bad deal there.
Ithaca won.
Ithaca won?
Against New Lisbon? Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Looks like it.
All right. So that means that New Lisbon stays at 2, advantage Pittsville. Things are kind of falling into place for the Panthers. They really are. Okay, so Turtle Lake, Hilbert, and Melrose Mindoro. We need those 3. But again, we may not even need to know all of that. 1, 2. There are 4 spots up for grabs for those Panthers.
And Iowa Grant is in, right? The team 23? Is that what we're doing here? 22? Because these have 4 wins already.
Yeah, they're
coming
in. Yeah,
okay.
it's just the whites. That's what we need to filter them
How
out.
How many white ones are here?
Well, I'm about to take some out. So, but yeah, there were 4 spots for 14.
So they had to
But
have
I'm taking some out.
4 2-win teams is what they're looking for. And they
got 3
already.
so far. So
Yeah.
I mean, they're close. They are close. All right, so what do I need to do here?
Let's see.
Take Paul Myra. Oh.
It looks like Hilbert won.
Look at that shot.
The shot of my laptop, all my stickers.
Yeah. You think Hilbert won?
Yeah.
So how many? Here, I can look that part up.
It's close.
I can do that. This is going to be really close for the Pittsville. I hope they're watching right now, because we're gonna announce their playoff status here in just a couple minutes.
They've been home for 2 hours.
Hilbert won. Okay, so they moved. They've got 3 wins.
Okay.
Okay.
4th and 5. Colby
So just
will win.
Turtle Lake and Melrose Mindoro. That's it. That's all we need to know about.
Colby converts to 4th and 5.
So Colby will win. Comeback fashion. The Colby Hornets marching out of the playoffs, which is good because we already have Logan Rosemeyer scheduled for a call-in tomorrow for the playoff coaches show. We think the Colby was going to be in anyway. We thought
That'll be interesting because they started really slow and they had some issues and they came back and.
Yep.
Colby, always a dangerous team.
Oh, penalty.
So game not over yet?
Not over yet.
Uh-oh, penalty on the field.
What is the
4th
score?
and 9 now.
What's the score of this game?
It's 28 to 30 something. Heck, yeah, I wish I could.
Yeah, I know. They cut it off there. They've got the camera.
What's the huddle camera?
Couple inches too far to the left.
Or it's behind something.
Or there's a utility pole there. They have problems with those in this field.
But is that not the huddle AI that?
Well, but if it can't see it.
Yeah. 4th and 9.
Oh, he might get it. Oh, linebacker came up.
Gonna run the clock though, and Wiga does have a timeout.
Well,
turnover.
It's 4th down.
But again, it could be 31. It could be 39. We don't know.
Yeah.
The game could still be over anyway.
Let's see.
Wiga looks pretty fired up coming off the field. So yeah, Medford a 50 burger in Mosinee.
Trying to tack on.
All right, so I'm going to sit back down now because I'm getting ready for my tiebreakers. Getting close here. This is how the decision desk works it. Figuring them
So
out.
we need Melrose and Turtle Lake. That's what we're waiting for?
Yep. So if anybody out there, and I doubt you do, because you're looking usually at the same spots we do for game results. But if you got a score on Turtle Lake or Melrose Mindoro, pass it along to us. We'd love to know. Cashton down big to Royal. Thank you, Bennett. I think we had that one.
Wiga, almost took it to the house.
About 25-yard run.
Yeah.
It looks like 34 on that scoreboard.
It does, doesn't
look
it?
like a little notch of a 4 up there. It's just too bad you can't know. We could help all these schools, Dan. We really could. I don't know if they want it, though. That's the big deal. You know, we say we can, but some of them don't want it. They're pretty comfortable in obscurity.
I know.
It's where they like to be. All right. All right, so we got Whitehall in the 3. We got Shiocton in the 3.
They called it back.
Womp womp.
We got Zika's in the 3. Pittsville. And Hilbert, and maybe 2 more. We just don't know, but we can start with these anyway.
So you got to look at
So
the teams that they beat, their conference records. Is that how it works?
24, 25. So
that's a
we've
big
got
pass play for WIAA.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I think we got this sorted out already. I don't think we have to do a tiebreaker.
What is that?
Okay, so we've got 10 spots, right? I was saying that wrong earlier. I had his thing figured out wrong here. Right, 22. So we've got 10 spots
Looks
left,
like
right?
There's 10 teams there, yeah.
10 teams, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 that eliminated. So that's it. Pittsville's in.
Looks like Pittsville made it, yeah.
Congratulations to the Pittsville Panthers. We have we got you 98% sure you're in the playoffs. So congratulations on 98%. Yeah, because Pecatonica Argyle, Pacelli, Palmyra Eagle, and New Lisbon stay at 2 wins.
I will check him here quick again so that we can...
Yeah, you want to verify those?
Pecatonica...
Look at WIAA now. Oh, see, we could almost see that score, but they don't quite pan it far
Pecatonica
enough.
lost.
Okay, yep, so they stay at 2.
Who's the next
Pacelli,
one?
we know, lost. Palmyra Eagle.
They lost.
And then New Lisbon.
They lost.
Yeah. Okay.
Pittsville Panthers. Looks like you are playoff
Yeah.
qualified.
Qualified. Yep. All right. Congratulations, Panthers. Coach Jeremy Doer. We had him on our football
You should call him right now.
preview show. Yeah. Are they done? Do you think?
They were done at like 8 o'clock. I'm pretty serious.
Any other bubble teams in? Or was that our first call?
That's our first call.
Our first call. Yep.
That's the easy one because it's the bottom 32 enrollment teams.
Correct. Yeah, we didn't have to do any divisional
And they
breakdowns and trackings.
are they close to this line or no?
No.
Okay.
No. They are not. Yeah, so there we go. So we talked to you about it all night long. Pittsville needed to win, and they needed help, right? They needed teams that were sitting at 2 like they were, not to go to 3. And they had 4 teams, and it's exactly what they needed. They needed 4 teams to stay at 2 wins, and they had 4 exactly stay at 2. And WIAA has scored a touchdown with 10 seconds left to play, and the score could be tied. They're pretty excited about the touchdown.
There's still 10.7 seconds.
You know, it could also be a 5, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it could be.
We'll see.
It's not a 6. It's not an 8.
We'll see if they go for 2 or 1.
It's not a 9. They wouldn't be so excited if it was a 9.
They're kicking.
So they must be kicking for the win. Any volume over there, Trevor? There's a timeout. You got some time.
Something on.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anybody.
No,
somebody's
they're
dad.
icing the kicker. Must be tied.
Well, it could be somebody's dad that we can hear in the stands.
I'll send it.
Anything to know the score. Anything to know the score.
I just hear clapping.
All right. Well, monitor that for us. We'll check some questions. All right.
Say that the decision desk is out.
That's fine. People don't need to hear us.
This Turtle Lake Webster game is not even a conference game. Crossover maybe. Yeah,
Okay, so we've sent Coach Doer an email. It turns out I don't have his phone number here. I thought I did. But, maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot. So we'll see if he responds, and we'll put him on the show. Put him on the show. Okay, so Colby. Let's now Colby's in the middle of the group statewide, and those cut lines could become a factor. Let's see what we have here. Colby Hornets. Yeah, really would have liked to have that win.
Yes,
I can tell you that. So Colby.
It'll be interesting.
Pretty firmly in Division 6.
Mike should be back here pretty soon.
Yep. Yeah, he'll know all kinds of things. He will. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're 6 deep into 6, so I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to see how many 3 or more win teams there are at 224.
Yeah, I gotta double check Colby here too. That seemed to indicate. Oh, that was projected win. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we can't get them all right. No matter how much of a football expert you are, you can't get all the games right. So there's still 9 seconds left here.
Let's see who Colby's beaten in conference.
Yeah. Well, they did not beat the conference champs. That we know. So that's tiebreaker number 1.
Loyal, Marathon, and Spencer. That's not great.
Yeah, not a good resume. And there are 7 spots available for 19 teams. Colby could be in some trouble here.
They're down.
Colby could be in some trouble. Huddle camera, and he's sacked. So he's sacked. Colby must have used a timeout. Clock stops 2 seconds. Everybody in WIAA with their breast cancer awareness pink shirts on, coaching staff. But yeah, 19 teams for 7 spots in Division. Well, that's Division 5. Now again, some conflicting information here on Colby being in Division 6. So we need to get that sorted out first.
So 160 teams were qualified before tonight.
Yep.
Colby.
Yeah, well, they need a 70-yard touchdown, and back-to-back sacks, and WIAA, Fremont, the
playoff qualifier.
Warhawks are moving on to the playoffs. Congratulations, WIAA Fremont, and good luck in the playoffs. Thought we had them as a 6 seed when we were browsing through earlier. Which
6 seed against Auburndale.
Against Auburndale, okay.
That might hold up. Although Abbotsford lost, so I mean 5-6 maybe. Depends what those numbers are, but also I guess it depends if the map holds the same too.
Yeah, well, and I remember because I drew the first version of that map. That was one of the easier ones to look at and sort out.
Yeah, these teams are all kind of by each other.
Yeah, that one I didn't think.
Coleman's kind of up there, but there's nobody else up that way.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that didn't give me a whole lot of trouble. That one.
Well.
Yeah, everything else I'm reading has Colby in Division 6. So in Division 6, there are 11 spots left. Then for 14 teams. And so a little bit easier math, a little bit easier for Colby to get in.
Yeah, Colby's Division 6 on here.
They are, okay.
8 seed.
Colby, the 8 seed?
They were, yeah.
Yeah, well, and that probably has more of a shot. That's probably even more realistic now with the loss. All right.
Well, let's start.
Well, let's go through some. Yeah, let's go through some wins here. You can.
Yeah. Most of these should be in.
Yep. Okay. All right. You ready?
I am ready. Westby is first.
Here we go. Westby. Yeah.
Westby lost.
Okay. So I just need to know how many wins they had to begin with. Yeah. I wish. Well, here.
You would.
I can.
Westby had.
I can probably cross-reference.
They had 3.
Okay. So they stay at 3. Valders. What do you say, Valders?
Valders 1. So that gives them 3.
Okay. Westfield, the Pioneers.
No score yet.
Nah. Boo. Okay. Unity. It's a northern team.
Lost. They are at 2. They are out.
So they are out. Okay. All right. Unity is out.
Unity.
WIAA goes to 4. Marshall.
Marshall won by a point.
Oh, man.
Puts them at
4.
4.
Yep. Mishicot.
Mishicot lost. That puts them at 3.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's going to be good for them. Waterloo.
Waterloo lost by a point. They're at 2. They're out.
Out is Waterloo. Fall Creek, the Crickets.
They won. Went over Mondovi. That's pretty good. They had 6 wins, so 4. They're good.
Okay. Fenimore. I think they're the Pirates.
They lost. They are at 2. They are out.
See ya. Looking better and better for Colby. Marcussan.
Should I put any in?
No.
Oh, Marcussan lost big. They are at 2. They're out.
See ya. Looking better and better for Colby. Living Word Lutheran.
They lost on forfeit? Oh, wait, hold on.
Well, that would be really bad.
Oh, they lost 1-0. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
Okay.
They're 2-5 in conference, apparently.
Okay. Out. We're going with it. And last, the Crandon Cardinals.
Crandon won 57-0 over the Truckers.
So they must have 4 wins then.
4.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we have.
The Truckers.
We don't know about Westfield, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2-win teams. We had 11 spots for 13, and so 5. So we've got 8. Yeah, Colby Hornets are in.
I like it.
Congratulations to the Hornets.
I like how
we have you as the 8 seed. You're in.
I like how you have napkin math. They're like, you know what, Colby, you're in.
Well, I mean, you have that many teams that don't win. Again, and then we talked about this time and time again today. If you didn't win tonight, you needed X number of teams to also not win. And both Pittsville and Colby were given some gifts here tonight with others not winning. And
could have taken care of it themselves.
Could have.
Not for a late touchdown by WIAA Fremont.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, that'll be a question we'll ask Coach Rosemeyer tomorrow of the Colby Hornets is, you go in on a losing note. How do you talk to your kids at practice this week? Sure, you get to play another week together, but where do you find the motivation? Where do you find that extra something now for the playoffs? Because everyone else in the playoffs is going to have a little extra jazz with them.
Yep.
How do you find it going in on a loss? And that's what football coaches have to figure out. They've got to find a way. Yes. It looks. Oh, okay. All right. So in 13 minutes' time, we're gonna have to get some headsets.
Okay.
Well, you could put it on speaker too, if you wanted to.
Would it still come out? Would our voices?
Are you running a mixer over there?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll put it on speaker then. We'll just put the microphone next to the phone. Okay. And
it looks like Colby's gonna get undefeated Coleman.
Yeah, tough matchup for the Hornets. Coleman Panthers are usually pretty good anyway.
Undefeated conference champion.
Undefeated conference champ, and playing a team that backed into the playoffs. Not a good start to it on playoff week. Not a good start. Not a good recipe. In less than 12 minutes, we will talk to live right here on the show. We will talk to Pittsville's Jeremy Doer. and get to talk to Coach
I
about
wonder if he knows.
making the playoffs.
He probably doesn't know yet.
Yeah, well, now he does. I'm not sure I'd be chasing him down if he didn't make the playoffs. He's probably smart enough to know that. Yeah. Yeah. So it's pretty exciting stuff, and we get to have a reaction. Again, that was our big case study coming in. We told you we'd keep track of the Pittsville Panthers today. The other case study that we were working on were the Eau Claire North Huskies, and the case study came to a crashing halt as Wisconsin Rapids, essentially a walk-off win. They win with 2 seconds on a tiptoe touchdown in the corner of the end zone. Unbelievable catch, and for Wisconsin Rapids, they come in, they notch their first win of the year on a catch on some toe drag swag. And for that sorry Trevor, I'll just stand up the rest of the time now. But for that young man, for the rest of his life, he'll be able to tell his future wife and kids and neighbors and coworkers or whoever else he comes across that 1 year we won one game, that was me. I caught it.
And the longer it goes on, the bigger the catch was. It was a 50-yard touchdown.
50-yard touchdown, and it was a game to go to state. Yeah, and I hauled it in. Yeah, well, that's what he'll say. Eventually, at some point.
Why not?
Especially if he's, halfway into a six-pack or something. He'll, sometimes that's when those stories come out, even though they shouldn't. So, wow, okay. What a night here so far. What a night.
Where are the tiebreaker procedures? Do we have them printed out? Or do you have them?
Yep, ready.
Let's take a look.
Let's have a look-see. Yeah. The top portion of 8-player. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Shall consist of 224 teams.
Yep. So 224 11-player teams are in the playoffs. 16 8-player teams. And again, a reminder, what is that? All 240 playoff teams will be up on our social media on Facebook and X.com before midnight tonight.
It's your in-bill.
Yeah. All right. They'll be up on our social media. Mike Wendlandt will be rolling in here soon. He is our math whiz on the spreadsheet. But all playoff qualifying teams we will have listed, and it's going to be a thing of beauty. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Mike's going to sit just across the hallway there, and he's going to put that all in for us. We'll probably wrap this up in the next 30 minutes. But what a night. What a night all the way around. The other big one, as I think back on it, was WIAA. The WIAA Comet's been kind of a doormat over in the Bay Conference for the last number of years. They turn in a winning record in the Bay Conference, playing against some bigger schools in their area, and then go on the road to Green Bay, beat Xavier, who's a really quality football team, and the Comets going to find themselves, probably still in a road game when these brackets come out tomorrow. Maybe they can climb to a 5. We wish they would, because then it looks like they're playing Mosinee. And that makes our broadcast plans a little simpler to put together for you all, and makes things a little more interesting. The other thing I wanted to mention we haven't got to yet, but we'll do it now while we're waiting for the top of the hour, and we'll be joined by Pittsville's head coach, football coach, Jeremy Doer. Were the teams that had tournament performance factor applied to their division standing. So we'll go through those real quick because it affects what division your team could go in. Because one division gets filled up with an extra team, and then that division below needs another team. So anyway, Monroe from Division 3 to Division 2. Rice Lake from Division 3 to Division 2. Rice Lake will go into the playoffs with a loss. Will they hold their 1 seed is the question with that loss today for the Rice Lake Warriors. Catholic Memorial from Division 4 to Division 3. Columbus, Division 5 to Division 4. Mayville, 5 to 4. Aquinas, 5 to 4. We last had Aquinas on the 3 line in Division 4. Division 5 state champions from a year ago. Can they make a run in this year's playoffs in Division 4? Stratford from Division 6 to Division 5, and by the season the Tigers are having, it doesn't look like it's going to matter at all. They are look like on a one-track road back to Camp Randall. St. Mary Springs from 6 to 5, so they'll maybe follow Stratford. Maybe we get to see them in the playoffs again. Darlington, who Stratford beat last year in that, beat last year in the state championship game.
Great game.
Go from 6 to 5. Will the Redbirds have a say in Division 5
Edgar's
this
happy
year?
about the next one.
Regis from 7 to 6. Yeah, that had been a thorn in the side of Edgar a couple times, although Edgar got Regis last year in a level 2 game.
At home.
But in Edgar, which again, we talked about this all night, home games make such a difference at the high school level. Just that comfort, not having to sit on a bus, leave school early, wonder if I'm going to get my homework done on time. Did I get my chores done before I left? All those things, it all goes into it. And then Reedsville from 7 to 6. So those are all teams that essentially were have been really good for the last couple of years. And because of how good they were, they get to be promoted to a new division.
Yeah, and depending what happens this year, Edgar might get promoted next year, right? I'm sure there's a lot of teams that...
They are on that cusp, right?
They have to win a couple games and they'll get promoted.
Yep. All right.
I don't feel comfortable counting all these teams in yet. Me personally.
Why?
Because I think that... So... There could be teams in Division 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have more than 32 teams. What if the cut line's down here? Kind of pushes
it. Could happen.
Down, right?
It certainly could happen.
But it looks good. But
yeah, for Pittsville, different story, right? Division 7 is the top 32.
I mean maybe, right? Because what if there's 200? What if there's 260 instead of 256? I don't know. Like, I think we need to see the entire thing before we make such things. But it looks good. It looks really good.
Okay. So let's see about Mel. So we'll go back to Division 7 then. Melrose Mindoro, still no score there.
Like, so what I'm saying is that
I hear what you're saying.
The Division 7 cut line could be at like 24. Because a lot of teams above them made it, right? I don't know. I feel better about Pittsville than Colby, but feel good about both of them.
So 4. So we said they have 10 spots. Yeah. Yeah, and Travis Wilson had it that way too. He had Pittsville in with a win, and I believe he even said last team in, Pittsville Panthers. Oof. I believe that's what he said. Let's see if I can recall that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he said it. And maybe I'm just thinking of something else. But okay, well, we still don't have a score for Melrose Mindoro, and Turtle Lake was the other one that we were waiting for.
Melrose Mindoro.
Yeah.
Blair Taylor 20, Melrose 7.
Well, another big help for Pittsville there. That may be what clinches it there, Dan. Because then, yeah, that's another 2-win team that didn't get another win.
But there could be a lot of Division 2 and Division 3 teams that go up to 3, right? And
there would have to be a few.
And they're in the same tiebreaker boat, right? They're not. It's not broken down by divisions.
I like your math. I like your math.
We'll see.
I like your math. Trevor, what about Turtle Lake? Anybody know about the Turtles?
The Lakers.
The Turtles. Don't know. Yeah. And they've...
The internet's sketchy up that way.
Well, it's different, that's for sure. It's different. All right. Well, we're still bringing Coach Doer on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're going to ask him what he knows about it. Because the final score was 70-32, Pittsville.
Yeah. Pacelli came back against the JV, it looks like. 70. Oof. Well, it was 50-something in the first half, so...
Let's see here.
Pacelli got the 2 wins, right? They have 2 wins this
year?
year?
They got the 2 wins.
Yeah.
Yep. Rosh Holt and Assumption. We are... Does We Are cover Turtle Lake? The We Are Network? My man Bob up there. I don't know where his territory starts and ends. That's not it. Gosh. Pretty frustrating. Because you know that game's got to be done.
Beats Webster 48-14.
Turtle Lake.
So we think Turtle Lake won.
That's what West Sports has it as.
Yeah, Webster's struggling this year.
Well, why is it when I'm looking at West Sports, I'm not seeing anything there at all?
Defaulted to 2023.
Oh, yeah. Now it's there. Okay. So Turtle Lake, they go to 4. So they were already being considered in. And as the asterisk there indicates.
Yeah, we'll see. we'll see.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Right. So the reason why I say this
I
is
hear
that
you.
it looks good.
I hear you.
For the bottom teams that we were considering for this, it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
But what if all these teams made it? Right? Then that line pushes up.
Yep. No, I got you.
So we'll see.
Okay.
It looks really good though.
So coming into the night in Division 7, we had 36 teams that were able to qualify for the playoffs.
Out of all these divisions?
In Division 7. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going with some other numbers here.
Yeah.
You know, I hear you, and I agree with you. Now that you've explained it to me as you have, yeah, we had 36 that could have made the playoffs, so 4 too many.
Yep.
At that point, all right, but we had 5 disqualify themselves by losing. So in Division 7, we have. What did I say? What did I just say there? 36. We had 5 that disqualified themselves. So we've got 31 playoff eligible teams in Division 7.
I mean, we could.
So you would need 2 to fall. We would need Division 7 to be shrunk by 2 spots, so to speak.
So we could look all these up. That's what we probably have to do.
Mm-hmm.
We have to look up all 7 divisions of the 2-3 win teams.
Well, the good news is that's what Mike is doing across the hallway.
He is.
So that work is underway.
Let's go, Mike!
That work is underway and ongoing. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we can get Coach Doer on the phone here, and he'll tell us something.
He'll be happy. He'll be happy. I mean, he'll be happy with his team's performance.
Yeah. But what you're saying is, I don't want to get punched in the face later if I tell him he made the playoffs and he doesn't. That's what you're telling me.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
It's our projection.
Well, at this point, it's just my projection.
Dan's not on board, but my projection is.
Hey, Jeremy. Jason Zaleski calling. Hey there. Good. Can I put you on speaker? We're got a show going on here. We're going to put you on air. Sure. Is that all right? Okay, very good.
Should be able to put them right in the front of the table there. I'm sure.
Okay. Well, we're gonna tip them up just like that. And okay, so great. Jason Zaleski here, joined by Dan Ross and Pittsville Panthers head coach Jeremy Doer. First things first, Coach. Congratulations on the win tonight. You put up a big score at home. Tell us how you and the guys did it.
We did an excellent job pass blocking, and Logan Zickert found Jameson Krieger quite a few times for some scores, and they did a great job run blocking as well with Dawson Luther and Dalton Dyer both going over 100 yards. Gave up quite a few points on defense, but we had a lot of second team guys playing in the second quarter and most of pretty much all the second half. But yeah, it was a great game by the boys. They came out ready to play and wanted to earn this victory to put us on the bubble.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what you did, and we've been talking nonstop about your football team for most of our show. We've been on the air since 6 o'clock, so 4 hours. You're one of our case studies tonight as we're going through the not only the seed structure, but the tie-breaking procedures, and we need to wait for all the scores to come in across the state before that playoff field gets finalized. For the seniors, should you make the playoffs, you'll be on the road. So last home game, what did you tell those seniors tonight about winning in their last game in Pittsville?
Well, like I told them, this is your last home game of your career, and leave everything out there and have it be a positive memory. You only get 4 years of high school football, and this is your last home game. Make it your best. And those seniors definitely played very well tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, 70 points, so no matter what happens after this, a memory forever for those guys. It is tough to score 70 points against anybody. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, offensively we played really well, and we did have 2 defensive touchdowns on a pick 6 by Dawson Luther, and then Christian Matthews scooped up a fumble and ran one in, and yeah, I think we had another interception and maybe 5 more fumble recoveries, so that helped us. We had the ball on offense quite a bit.
Reflect on the season a little bit for us. Didn't maybe have the season you wanted to against the upper end of your conference, but tell us about the season overall and some of the fun that you and the guys had.
Yeah, we definitely had fun. It was a lot of learning experiences, especially early in the year. We easily could have started 2-0, but we lost a heartbreaker to Marathon and Spencer Columbus. And then once you get into the Merriwood Conference, you got perennial powers in Edgar, Auburndale, Iowa, and Abbotsford. That's a big physical team. The top 4 in our conference are so good, and I see them making quite a bit of run in the playoffs. So that's what our goal was, to try to get into the playoffs. We knew we were going to have to knock off one of them top 4. We felt confident in getting to 3 wins. Just never really strung anything together when we played them top 4 teams. We always seemed to have a penalty or a turnover. Just couldn't quite get over the hump to stay in those games and put up a good fight.
I bet sometimes being a football coach is one of the most rewarding things and one of the most frustrating things all at the same time.
Yeah.
In your division, moving on to, we'll let you go after this one, but just talking now about the playoffs, and you've put yourself in a position now where if certain other scores come in and go the right way, you'll find yourself in a playoff game next week. Coming into it, it looked like you needed a number of teams in your division to lose tonight, and it looks like that happened. So you've got that part going for you. Now it's just a matter of the teams in the other divisions, and did things go, correctly, so to speak, in that case. So, over the next hour or two, we'll be putting together the playoff qualifying field. We'll have that up on social media as soon as we can. But I guess just kind of give us final thoughts on, what you're hoping to hear over the next hour or so.
Well, I'm really hoping. I've been doing my own research too, and checking on the last 2 weeks, seeing what our chances were, where we needed wins and where we needed losses. Really hoping we get a shot to get into the playoffs, because these seniors, they put a lot of work in over the last 4 years. They've earned the right to get into the playoffs. Would have helped if we could have got that 4th conference win. Also, them 2 non-conference wins that we should have had. That really helped if we'd had those. But I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we get into the playoff field, and then we can see what happens there. You never know. And either way, the seniors had a hell of a night to end the season if we don't get into playoffs.
Jason's grinning over here. Jason believes that you are in the playoffs.
Yeah, I do. I've not done the math entirely, but I do.
Yeah.
I'm hoping so.
Hey, Coach, I don't know if this will help you sleep any easier, but with that being considered, we'll let you off. You don't even have to answer this one if you don't want to, but our playoff projection shows that if it goes the way that it looks like it's trending right now, you would have a chance to beat one of those top teams in your conference on Friday, playing at Edgar on Friday night. So we'll see how it all materializes here in the next hour or so, Coach.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks a lot. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
It was an accidental belling. All right. Well, I mean, for one, what a stand-up guy Jeremy Doer is,
sure.
And letting us talk to him about something that I do. I just kind of feel it. Kind of feel it in the air tonight. We're back to Phil Collins, but that's right. Yeah, I don't know what else to say beyond that. Like I said, we got a lot of math to do. We got some work to do.
It was a fun night. A lot of close games. A lot of teams got the opportunity to play their way into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you're going to have a week 9, that's a good way to finish it. I really do.
Yep. So congratulations to all the teams that won tonight. And hopefully the teams that did win, you all get the news that you're hoping for later. And then you get a good night's sleep because next week on Friday night in your playoff game, wherever it may be, that is the next level. You and your guys got to play that much better come playoff time.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what it's all about. All right, well, good. Well, let's go ahead and wrap it up. We're going to go help Mike get these scores tabulated and get the qualifying field figured out. And just as soon as we do, by division, so 1 through 7 and then 8 player, we will release those on our on all of our Facebook channels. So whatever Facebook Zaleski Sports you like, keep hitting refresh, and we will have those updated hopefully in about an hour or so.
Yeah, don't forget about tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 1 p.m. So we'll be, I don't know, about 12, 14 hours from now. We'll be right back here. Starting at 1 p.m., our football coaches show, where we are talking to football coaches from all over the state for 2 straight hours on their qualifying for the playoffs, and talk to them about their playoff futures. It all starts at 1 o'clock on Saturday.
And the brackets are out at 10?
You can print them about 11 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah.
WIAA.org.
Yeah, you could watch the show, but either way, the brackets will be out.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, I like to print mine.
I do too.
Yeah.
I also like to watch the announcers try to pronounce the names. Big fan.
Yeah. Lastly, you probably can't see those very well. Yeah. Oh, still have the camera.
Hey.
Still got the camera hooked in. Yeah. Lastly, yeah, that's what it all takes. After the qualifying field is put together, the folks at the association go about the business of sorting them out geographically, stacking them up, and then seed them 1 through 8. So we think we've got that part figured out, but we'll find out with you tomorrow how much we think we know and how much we do know.
Imagine if you got it all right.
It's slim chance, but we would pop champagne. We'd throw a party.
Yeah. They would invite you down the street next year to just do it for them.
Well, I'd be happy to, because I think we could do it much quicker.
We could just go down there right now and just visit them.
Okay. We're going to head out the door. We're going to sign off. Guys, thanks for watching. Again, pick your favorite Facebook channel. Qualifying fields will be released shortly. Have a good night.